Hello everyone, welcome to the International Computer Club, a fellowship which will reach across borders and oceans and allow folks from all around the globe to share their passion and joy for classic computers, consoles, and retro gaming.
International Computer Club.
Hello everyone, welcome to the 2023 edition of the International Computer Club. I'm your good buddy, your good pal, and MC for this evening, Amigo Aaron, here with the luminaries of retro computing, retro video games, and just swell, handsome devils, all represented here tonight. We're going to have a good conversation. We've got a lot of fun topics, a lot of fun presentations to get through tonight. It should be a lot of fun, and we're going to go around the horn real quick just to have a quick howdy-ho with everybody. I'm going to start up in the upper corner there, direct from a secret location in the man cave. It's our good buddy Edvin. What's going on, Edvin?
Hi, everyone.
You look good. You look good, my friend, up in there. What's the weather like up there today?
It's been good. It's been sunny and kind of hot. Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Now, when you think sunny, I think sunny disposition, and that's the man right beside Edvin. Same between two of us. It's our good buddy, our good pal, my personal friend. It's the Boat, John Boatofcar, Shawler. What's going on, Boat?
Good evening, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. I'm glad ICC is back. I was terrified there would never be another one. Luckily, it has wised from its grave, and it is back.
Look at that! Look at the fancy contraption you've got strapped to the front of your window there, Boat.
It's going to get fancier as the evening goes on.
Holy moly! Good Lord! Now, to my other side, a man of many hats, multiple shows, kicking them out, good stuff. Adam from the Commodore Chronicles. What's going on, Adam?
What's happening?
Tell us, Adam. I just want to make sure I don't miss anything. I want to give you a plug here at the beginning of the show. Aside from the Commodore Chronicles, which is pretty well known, you've just started a new NES show. What's that one called?
NES Advantage.
There it is. And then you've also got Fine and Tandy, and you've also got a DOS show as well, correct?
Yep. 486 Deluxe. Late era DOS and early Windows 95 games.
You are in the right room, my friend. I can tell you that for sure. Now, below him, our good friend from way up north, always a happy man. Every time I talk to him, he's getting ready to have a great meal. It's Jason Warrens. What's going on, Jason?
Well, not much. Not having a meal quite yet. It's only 3 in the afternoon here, so I gotta wait a little bit for that.
I'm sure it'll be a spectacular banquet up there. Beside him, a man who needs no introduction, a shadowy figure in the CoCo community, as you can see by look at the sinister look. He looks like a Bond villain. It's L. Curtis Boyle. What's going on there, L?
Oh, that intro, I thought you were talking about Nick. Sorry.
No, Nick. Are you kidding me? A fine fella like him? He didn't.
He doesn't slum with me that much.
Good grief! Now, beside him, in the void, the man with the fetching hat and the sunny disposition as well. Yeah, that's right. It's Mitsoyama. What's going on, Mitz?
I'm doing all right. It's great to be back. Good to have the ICC back. Looking forward to it.
Very good. Now, the man beside him with the G.I. Joe style beard and the stern look. It's our good buddy Frank from RetroRewind.ca. What's a good word, Frank?
I hope everyone's doing fine this evening / afternoon / morning / wherever you are.
Hey, it's international, brother. That's the way it goes. Now, down below, speaking from down below, way down below, it's our good buddy Nick Marentes. What's going on, Nick?
Oh, not too bad. G'day, everyone. I'm down below, all right. I'm down under, for that matter.
What time is it down there, Nick?
Right now, it's exactly 7:04 a.m.
Oh man!
On Sunday.
Oh,
tomorrow. I'm coming from the future.
Nick, can you send me the winning lottery numbers, please? Do you think you can do that?
34, 7.
There you go. You know,
it sounded more like your girlfriend's measurements.
There you go.
You got the wrong piece of paper there.
Oh, hang on, wrong list. Wrong list.
That's dedication. Getting up that early on a Sunday. Thanks for doing that for us, Nick. Now, speaking of dedication, when you think dedication, a man who honed his craft, you can only be talking about one man. And there he sits. It's PixelsAtdawn. What's going on, Pix?
Good evening, everyone. It's good to be here as usual. I love a little bit of ICC, so I'm glad we're doing it again.
Beautiful.
Going to be a great time, I think.
I shouldn't.
Pix, at first I thought you had a neck tattoo, but
Yeah.
it's just your headphone.
No, it's just my head. Not that badass, I'm afraid.
Well, let me tell you something. I know a guy who's just that badass. He has to be sitting right beside you. It's our good buddy Petzel. What's going on, Pets?
Oh, just finishing up the video as we speak. Hopefully, hope it finishes.
What, are you saying you put it off to the last? In fact, well past the 11th hour.
Well, the club meeting was today, so I had to go to the club meeting, shoot it, edit it, and here I am.
There you go. Now, what is the shirt you're wearing there? By the way, can you give it? Stand up a little bit. Let's see what's that say. I can't read it from here.
That's the Indy Classic Computer and Video Game Expo. Vintage is in there somewhere, and that's what my local club puts on once a year. The second one's coming up next year, and we'll talk about that in a little bit.
Beautiful, beautiful. And last but certainly not least, a man who personally saved myself and the Brits bacon this week on ARG by figuring out the emulation for the goofiest machine we've played with for a while, and also just a heck of a nice fella. It's Bajako. What's going on, man?
Hey everybody, can you hear me okay? I'm just trying out new microphone stuff.
Sounds like $1 million, my friend.
That's awesome, great stuff. Yeah, I'm really glad to be here. I'm doing really well. Literally just got back about 45 minutes ago from my mum's birthday, so yeah, all good. Glad to be here. Hi everyone.
Very good, very good. Oh boy. So, I looked over the lineup here. I thought the best way to go would be to start with the man who's earliest in his time zone. And so we're going to start, if you're ready to go, L. Curtis and Nick, we're going to start with Nick Marentes. Nick and Curtis, show us what you got. The floor is yours.
Okay. Have you got anything to say, Curtis, or should I start blabbing first?
You should start blabbing first. I'm just here for moral support, really.
All right. Well, give me 1 second to see if this stupid share screen works.
All right.
I'll switch my screen, and how is that?
Okay, and I think we can make
coming
that
up.
And I think we're good. Let it blow up here. There
All
it
right.
is. Beautiful.
Okay, so what I've done is I've just finished a new game I've done for the TI Color Computers, all models, called Neutroid Reloaded. This is a game idea that I created 40 years ago when I used to own a TRS-80 Model 1. And it was I was in high school then, and I had an idea for a game called Neutroid. And if I scroll this screen, I've got pictures of it. The TRS-80 Model 1 version, and I was in high school at the time, and it was sort of kept me off the street. And then later on, I got onto a color computer. So as my first program on that, I did one called Neutroid 2, like a version of that, which wasn't really so good. I did some changes and ruined the game essentially. I then tried to make up for it in 2015. I took the Neutroid 2, updated it a bit and made it a bit better. And again, I've now come back and I've done, oops, hang on, I'll just scroll it down. I've redone it again. So the fourth time's the charm, as they say. I've been, it's been bugging me for so many years that I haven't been able to do it, give it justice. So this is basically a right the wrongs project. So it's called Neutroid Reloaded, and the game is basically about it's got a bit of a nuclear theme to it, whereby you have this particle that I call the Neutroid on the screenshot over here. Is my mouse pointer coming up?
Showing up.
Yep.
Yeah. So the little white pointer, that's the Neutroid, and it moves about on the screen, and that's supposed to be the nuclear reactor. Now the Neutroid always moves forward. You can't actually control the movement. It just moves forward all the time, but you can deflect it by 90 degrees. The blue area that you see on the screen are the deflector rods, and they change shape depending on the direction you want to make it deflect to. And the goal is to make it make the Neutroid fly off the grid into one of those blue protroids, as I call it, and to diffuse those. And eventually you just diffuse them all, and that's the end of that round. And then it keeps repeating and getting harder and harder. Along the way, you'll get these things called anti-troids appear, and then they sort of chase you all on the grid as well. And you can do the Pac-Man thing, whereby there is something you collect, whereby for a short time you can chase them. So you could say this is sort of a real twist on Pac-Man in a way. But that's Neutroid, and I've just released it. If I scroll up a bit, if I can just get my mouse pointed. Oops, hang on. So that's Neutroid, as approved by Einstein himself. As you can see in the picture there, he's brought out his color computer, and he's actually playing Neutroid there. And this game uses a mode on the color computer which is called semi-graphics, which gives it the ability to show all 8 colors in a resolution which is unique to the color computer, but not often used. And I've always wanted to try push more colors on the CoCo, and this was one of the modes, or one of the few modes that actually did that. So it has full 8 color graphics, and it also has digital sound. So I've taken advantage of the 64K, and it does have digital sound effects. And I can show you a video a bit further down on this page.
Yeah, if your bandwidth's not good enough for that, Nick, I've got it preloaded too. So,
well, let's see how it goes on this. Okay, you tell me if it should start playing in a sec.
Yep, there it goes.
Oops. All right, so it's got a high score page. Is there sound coming out on that?
Yeah, we hear it. We hear it, dude.
It's a bit soft on the thing, but there it is. Basically, you control the Neutroid. You can see the grid changing, the little rods on the grid changing. So that's one of the things that I found in earlier versions of Neutroid, that people thought they were controlling the Neutroid directly, and they kept getting confused. And you don't. You actually don't control. Well, not directly. You control the grid. So, but I've made the game fairly intuitive so that it's easy to control. You basically just have to think about going up, down, left, or right, 90 degrees to the direction it's going. The computer sort of sorts out all the thinking for you, which is a unique feature of this one over the previous ones. You can see a big lightning rod appear from the 4 corners of the reactor. That usually deposits a anti-troid on the screen, like that. And you have to avoid it. If you get hit by an anti-troid, or you miss a protroid and hit the wall, you lose energy. If you collect what I call and hit an antimatter fissure on the wall, that yellow thing that you saw just before, another one will appear in a minute. It gives you your Neutroid a bit of extra power, whereby you then become well, you have the ability to take out the Neutroids, and it makes the whole well, here we go. So I've just grabbed it. It's changed to a magenta. It goes faster, and you can now knock out the anti-troids for a short amount of time, and then it reverts back, and that's where the Pac-Man thing comes into it. There are 16 levels. Once you get to the top, that's game over. So I've adjusted the game so it's it gets fairly hard up to that point. Anything more than that, I figure all I'm doing is just making it harder to the point where you're just purposely trying to make it impossible for the player. So I thought, rather than do that, make it end the game. Congratulations, Professor, you have done it. And that's it. But it is pretty hard. And that's it. It's a game which, if I jump back to the other website, I have a sales page which talks about all my other programs that I've written. But on the main Neutroid website, it tells you a bit about the game there, the history of the whole Neutroid thing, and you can buy it for either as a digital download, whereby I email it to you. I email you the files, the game files and a manual for $7 US. Or you can buy a CD, which I haven't got a picture of it here as yet, but you get a CD. Actually, what I could do, if you want to wait 2 seconds,
sure,
you can go to the Kunaki website, and you can buy it on a CD. It's the same files as the digital download, plus you do get copies of all the previous versions of Neutroid, including the TRS-80 Model 1 version.
Oh.
So you can either, if you have a real TRS-80, you can try transfer the files to a floppy, or run it in an emulator for a TRS-80. But yeah, every version of Neutroid is on the CD for use in an emulator or to be made into a floppy disk if you've got all that gear. Also, I think I also included the original game manuals as well for that I did back then. So the back of the case, you can see I've got my friend Einstein there promoting it. That's the back of the DVD case, the spine, and the inside you get a CD, which is all color printed, professionally made up by a company called Kunaki in the US, and then it's all shrink wrapped as well, and you get a little instruction leaflet as well in the case as well. This is more for people who are like collectors. You know, if you just want the game, you just get the $7 download. But some people like to collect a box, you know, and get all the whole experience, I guess you could say. So you can buy it that way if you want.
And did you mention it also runs on a Dragon?
Well, yeah, it runs on all models of the Color Computer. That's a Color Computer 1, which is the old silver one that you can see Einstein using there. Color Computer 2, the updated white one. The Color Computer 3, and the Dragon computers, which are CoCo clones or compatible computers. The only requirement is that you've got to have 64K of RAM. So it'll have to be a Dragon 64 or a Dragon 32 that's been upgraded to 64K of RAM. But it'll
or the North
all
American
work on,
Tano Dragon as well.
or a Tano Dragon, they have it there, yeah. So basically every color computer with at least 64K it'll work on, and it'll run the same on all of them. So that's Neutroid. That's what's been wasting my time the last few months.
It looks great, and I've got to say the sound on that is some outstanding. I mean, it really meshes in well. That digitized
yes, it's
sound.
A nice digital sound. It's got a really. I haven't played. I don't have it in the video. There's a really cool robotic voice as well. When your Neutroid energy is running low, because if it runs out, it's game over. You know, your Neutroid gets diffused. But it has this really cool robotic warning. It really sounds very un-CoCo-ish, you know. It sounds like a proper voice unit. It's really good.
Nick, it's Frank. Nick, it's Frank from Retro Rewind. Good.
Hey,
listen,
Frank.
we've got the capability to mass produce floppy disks. If you're interested, we can actually mass produce the game on floppies for you to sell. But that's something we can chat about later. Yep, absolutely.
that'd be a cool retro thing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know where you buy them anymore, but it would be a cool retro thing to have.
We have a substantial supply of them.
All right, we'll talk about that some other time, but
sure,
that would be cool. Yeah,
Frank's got all the angles covered, Nick. Don't worry.
He does. He does.
He's making deals 24/7. He never stops, brother. It looks great. It looks real good, man. I can't say that I've got a. In fact, let me. I've got a couple of his games right here. I've got 0 Hour, and I've got Gunstar. In case if you're a collector and you're buying these things, these are real nice, real sweet packaging on these. I mean, super. I mean, they just look like you'd buy any game like an Xbox in the store. The CDs are nice. Everything on them is real nice. The instructions are real well done, and of course, the games are top shelf. When it comes to CoCo games, you'll find no one more apt and more cunning than Nick. His stuff's top shelf, and I'm sure this will be more of the same. Now, I was going to ask you, Nick, is your back catalog still available to buy in box form, and I'm assuming they're all still available in download form, correct?
So yeah, if you go to my sales webpage, www.nickmarentes.com, which is this one I'm showing now, I assume that's still coming through.
Yeah, we can.
Still, yeah. So it just tells you about the digital downloads or the physical CD, and then down below you just go here, and you can, if you click on the banner, it takes you directly to that game's specific website. If you want to buy it, if you want the digital download, it just uses PayPal. You just click here, or if you want the whole CD thing, you just click on this side. That takes you to that other website, and you just select what game you want or games. Now, if you do buy the digital download, usually you get that in your email within 24 hours. It all depends on time zones, because I'm very old school. I do it the old way. When an order comes in, I manually process it and I manually email it out. So within 24 hours, I'll send it out. So you'll have that game, within 24 hours or earlier. If you buy the CD, it's usually, if you're in the US, takes about a week or so to be delivered in the mail, because they actually do make it on demand. So they print up the CDs in the case, and they package it up and shrink wrap it and post it out. But I do also send a digital download copy to everyone who buys a CD. So even if you buy the CD, you will get within 24 hours the game itself, so you can start playing. But in a week's time or so, you'll have the CD you can pin it, hold it up on your mantle, and preach to it. Wow.
Gives you something to throw at your kids too.
Or that, that's right. Off my website, I should also mention that down below. Hang on, I missed. Down below is a lot of my older games, which I just have for free, so people can just download some of my older games, including the old Neutroid 2015, Donut Dilemmas, and Rupert Rhythms, and these are all games I've written, before all these later ones that you can buy on the CD. But you can download those for free. The manuals are there, and that's on that website as well. It's the later ones which I've got up here at the top, which I'm selling and put toward my Ferrari fund.
You better keep programming, Nick.
Yeah, I think so. Well, I've got 3 Ferraris now. They're all underneath the bed in a shoebox.
Yeah, that's where I keep mine too. That looks great, man. That looks like good stuff right there. Curtis, you want to chime in? You got anything to add? Since we got you're here. What have you been up to? You got anything you want to add on this?
Yeah, well, I was one of the beta testers for Nick, as was Buck Owens and Tasman.
Yeah.
And they really helped shape the level of difficulty and how fast it rises, because they're far better game players than Nick and I. So we always use them as the test
particularly
beds.
good. Yeah, they can play just about any game. doesn't matter how long or how hard, they seem to really know how to play it. So I summoned them to give me help with the game testing, figuring that we'll see how far they get, and wherever they get, that becomes the top hardest level. And then I just have to make sure that I make it easy enough for someone who's not so good. And that's how I span the difficulty level of the game. So they were quite helpful, as well as Kieran, I must mention, Kieran, who helped me with some of the technical and the dragon-related issues. So
he's the author of the X-Raw emulator, if you're...
Oh. Yeah, he did the X-Raw emulator. So, yeah, I picked my game testers for their skills. I don't know how Curtis got in there, but anyway, just clipped in there.
I know Buck can go. That's for sure. I know he's a real star.
Buck and Tasman, they're just amazing.
Yeah, they're both machines.
I don't think they're real. I think they're machines.
Yeah, I wonder that myself to see those scores.
Yeah, that's what I reckon.
As far as what I'm doing, I mean, basically Septandy started as of yesterday, so I'm scanning a bunch of old manuals and some discs. I've started uploading the archive. I don't know if they've showed up there yet or not. I'm going to make a commitment to add more games to the game's website because I was so busy with work in August I didn't put anything up on my website, and I put 5 games up now, including Nick's. Thanks for the bribe. Over the last 2 days, but I plan on I'm still not even halfway there yet, and there's a ton of those coming in too. And other than that, hopefully get back to some Nitrous 9 stuff. I'm trying to get the 101 release. I've got some programs from some of the people that submit other chunks of Nitrous 9. I've already submitted them. They're just waiting on me. Or in case of a couple of people, they're not waiting for me anymore. They release it as a separate thing. I'll incorporate it in the EOU release, but if you want to try it ahead of time, you can try the new control panel.
Hey, why don't you plug because since we did a show, so much has went under the bridge, and your show has a new name. And if people aren't familiar with it, you might want to go ahead and fill them in and tell them when they can watch and where.
Well, the when and where hasn't really changed all that much. It's now called the CoCo Nation Show, formerly CoCo Talk. It's still on Saturdays at 2 p.m. Eastern, and usually lasts between 2 to 5,000 hours per episode.
Yeah, that hadn't changed. That hadn't changed a bit.
Nope, not at all. And it's live. It's interactive. Like a lot of people in the chat, and some people here on the panel have actually been in the chat before. So we don't just have a bunch of talking heads just kind of like interacting with each other and ignoring the audience. We're trying to interact with the audience as much as possible.
That's our show.
Yeah, you got that right. Yeah, listen, CoCo Nation, I think it took a giant step forward. I like it. I like the direction. You got a happy bunch over there. And when me and Boat went to CoCo Fest, it was great to meet a bunch of those guys in person. A lot of them were there, and it was a real thrill. They're a fun bunch over there, a bunch of passionate CoCo fans. So if you
I will plug our second show too, because we do have another one that's a bit more recent, and it's the Game On Challenge show, which is every Thursday night at 8 p.m. Eastern, and that usually lasts about 2 hours. And basically, we have 2 games at any given choice. They span for 2 weeks, and a couple people in the game selection committee kind of pick those out, and then everybody comes online on Discord with emulators or real hardware if you have capture devices, and you get to play the games, and we get to watch each other playing these games and giving each other tips and tricks, or telling them how bad they are or whatever else. So it's kind of a live interactive gameplay.
So it's a dedicated CoCo game retro live game show. Beloved, that's that one. What's the time and place again on that?
That's Thursday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern.
And that's is that on YouTube and Twitch?
It's live on Twitch. I think it eventually gets to YouTube. I'm not sure if we're live on YouTube.
Is the Twitch channel CoCo Nation? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go, everybody. The CoCo Nation. And of course, just to close out this section, please, I beseech you, check out Nick Marentes' new game. I've played everything he's put out since I got back into the CoCo field, and it's all been gold. I love it. So if Nick's involved, it's going to be gold. You can just tell by looking at that, then, because Nick thinks outside the box on a lot of this stuff, and that one looks real good. It looks excellent, Nick. Thanks for showing it off for us, my friend. I want to also say hello to our good buddy, our good pal. I don't see this man enough, but I talked to him quite a bit behind the scenes. That's our good friend, the ZX programming master, HappyCoding. What's going on, Happy?
Hey, my man. Hey, everyone. How we doing? All right?
Yes,
Hi,
sir.
Alan.
All good.
It's 3:30 a.m. here in Central Asia,
Yeah.
and
That's
yeah, I just and it's my birthday, believe it or not.
Oh,
happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy
Happy
birthday.
birthday,
Yeah, I
Alan.
didn't have anything better to do, so here I am.
There you go.
Not at 3:30 a.m. I didn't have anything better to
Oh
do.
yeah, I can understand that. Hey,
I'll be going out with the lady tomorrow.
Oh,
But,
I
yeah,
figured
today,
that.
tomorrow, whatever it is. Yeah.
well, listen, I'm gonna get to you next, Happy, but before I'm gonna pop
No
back over to
problem.
Graham real quick.
How about that?
That's a little bit better. How's it going, man? Sorry about that.
That's all right. It's 7 in the morning here. Father's Day here too.
Oh,
So,
beautiful.
I'm a bit behind schedule at the moment, getting organised and whatnot. But let me get the microphone working.
That's fine. That was partially my fault there. I don't know why that would have happened. That's weird. We're going to go, since we got a man here at 3 in the morning, we're going to shoot over him. You notice we hit the people that are up early or incredibly late first. That's the way we like to do it. So I'm going to turn the floor over to our good buddy, HappyCoding ZX. What's been going on, Happy?
Hey, everyone hear me okay, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Good. Yeah, so, well, over the last few months, I was coding a game, and Lunar Rescue, I finished it. I did it all live on Twitch, which was fun. It was an interesting challenge. I figured I would do the whole thing and not, not hide any of my mistakes or anything like that. So it was a very long journey, but it was a fun one, and I finished it. And then I took a break for a couple of weeks. And now I've gone back to something that I was working on with a friend of mine a few years ago. I've been meaning to kind of take the plunge, which is basically I'm starting writing a game engine basically for the Spectrum now. So, and that's quite a big challenge because, the first thing that you always encounter with these game engines is that kind of jack of all trades, master of none kind of a thing, So the games that you make, it's like Amos. If you played on, Amos games or whatever, you can almost always tell that those games are made that way because they're kind of cookie cutter feeling to them. Do you know what I mean? I mean, at least.
There's some good ones. There's some real good ones.
Oh, come on! You can't say that.
Listen, we
That's
played a
not
good
true.
one on. We played a good one recently, Boat. Come on now.
Just like freaking Blitz Basic, man.
No, would you
Second rate.
Ignore him, Happy. Keep going.
It's all right. John never pulls any punches. I don't expect any less. No quarter given. None expected. None taken.
But like the AGD games, like they have that same.
Well, they do. They have that vibe, right? And that's the thing. It's like, well, how do you? Because you can get so far, right? You can make them look nice, but there's still that same thing underneath, right?
Yeah.
And it's difficult because to really get the game to feel the way you like it, then you need to. Well, you kind of need to be working right down at the very base machine level and do a kind of bespoke. It's like a suit, right? If you get a suit from, I don't know where you get cheap suits in America. Can you get suits in Kmart or something like that? I don't know. Can you?
You can get a Walmart suit, absolutely.
Yeah.
Walmart, right? There you go. But it's going to be okay. But it's not going to fit you perfectly, is it? So it's not. There are better. So that's
Aaron's
the
modeling
kind
one
of
of those
feeling.
suits right now. So
I paid top dollar for this, Happy. Now come on, this is fitted to my personal taste.
Nothing wrong with it. No. Listen. There's nothing wrong with it, right? I mean, you mentioned AGD, and I always say the AGD. The great thing about it, it's a great enabler, right? It allows people to create their own games and publish them and have fun with the old machines, and nothing wrong with that at all, But I kind of outgrew that myself and wanted to make something a little better. I mean, one of the reasons that this is it's interesting because I know John just was there, used the word sucky, and I know that you're not a big you're a big fan of the Euro platformer, John? Is that right?
Oh, it's funny. We're playing a Euro platformer for Amigos this week, and it every time I play one, I have the same feelings of rage and frustration. And so, yeah, not one of my favorite genres.
You mean you don't like acid dripping water from the ceiling?
And the thing is, it's such a deep. I was thinking about it just before I came on, and I thought, you know what? The limitation. You see, the Spectrum, in particular, the Spectrum, of course, was huge in the UK. A lot of the gaming culture developed from that, right? And there were limitations. Now, there were some great games that were made for it, but at the same time, those limitations, especially the fact that there's no hardware scrolling and there's no hardware sprites, right? So you end up with games that are generally slower, right? So it's more, I'm not saying they're not necessarily bad games, but it's more suited to a slightly more sedate type of gameplay, right? And
I think with everything,
that's the origin.
it's always a trade-off, right? Because you have some games on the Spectrum that do move really quick, but it always comes with trade-offs in terms of graphical fidelity, etc.
Yeah, there's less you can do, you know. I mean,
CoCo's in the same boat, so yeah.
The thing that indeed, the thing that I like to do is make arcade games mostly, right? You know, like I did Lunar Rescue, I did Asteroids, I've done a few others. And they're fast and they're arcade, more or less arcade quality, I would say. You know, certainly Lunar Rescue is pretty much the same, but they are, you know, little arcade games. They're not, you know, you're gonna pick them up and play them. You're not gonna sort of explore 200 rooms and like have some great long adventure. You know, it's just a bit of arcade fun, really, isn't it? So, and the reason that those work and they're fast is because I use all the memory to feed into, you know, to do a lot of pre-calculations and a lot of stuff like that, so that it's fast. So the real challenge then for me now is to think, well, are there ways that we can kind of do something with, because I mean, I love platform games, right? But I don't love Euro platform games. I've got to be honest. I mean, I mean, you know, Mario, Super Mario, anything like that, Japanese platformers, Mega Man, you know, I love, but they're fast and they're fun, right? And it's like, could it be possible with the tools that we have now to kind of push that to the point where
I'm getting excited, Alan. I'm getting real excited when you're talking.
I'm saying that's the challenge, right? So, yeah, well, I can show. I mean, I can start out, right. So I was working on this game with my friend Andy, right. So I'm going to show you first of all. This is a game that he released. This is an AGD game, right. So probably it was converted to the CoCo as well, I imagine. But we'll see. Let me just set that up first. This one. Is it? Yeah, I've turned the music off, right? But right, that come up, yeah. Okay, so this is not a bad game, right? This is from about, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, and it's your typical kind of AGD game. I've turned the music off, by the way, but so some of you probably know this character, Monty Mole, right? He's a very famous Spectrum character, probably.
Oh yeah.
Probably second only to sort of Minor Willie or you know, maybe Saberman.
I think he's right up there on the Mount Rushmore with Willie and Horace.
Yeah, for sure. Right.
And
it's not much of a Mount Rushmore.
It's a good way of putting it.
And this, the Mount Rushmore of Specky characters, yeah.
Yeah.
I can just see it now. But I mean, on the face of it, right? This game is fine, right? It's okay, but some of the things that, I mean, you know, you can notice a few things straight away. I mean, first of all, if you think about the sprites, if you look when he goes over the ladder, I mean, you know, you get this kind of effect. It's kind of janky, right? I mean, if you're technically minded, you start to notice this. Like, oh yeah, you know, there's some flicker, and he's kind of going behind the scenery, and it's not masked, you know. And the colors, you can see the bats are kind of flickery a little bit, and various other things. Now, I mean, the thing is, and again, I really want to stress, because I'm not John Shawler, you know. I don't just say, "Oh, this is crap, I don't want to play it," right? I mean, everything.
You're not John Shawler. You're right.
You know,
No,
John
listen,
well.
John's criteria is I have got a certain amount of time, and I want to play games, and I'm not going to play anything that I don't enjoy. Right? That's absolutely fine, and I totally get where he's coming from. No, the thing, and I feel the same from a personal level. If you hear the things I say in private, it probably wouldn't be that different to some of the things John says in public. But that's a personal perspective, right? What I think about this is that there's a big kind of nostalgia factor, right? And people almost want to make the games that they played at the time, right? They want that feeling as though they kind of imagine they're back in 1984, 85, and they want to make almost the same sort of game. So when you see something like that and you go, oh, look, you know, he changes color, or he goes behind the ladder, or whatever it might be, the collision detection is a little bit off, or whatever, and people say, yeah, but that's what the specky games were like in 1984, right? And so what's wrong with that? That's how it was. That's how we remember it. You know, I mean, and if that's your thing, that's absolutely fine, of course, you know. And it is a very, very limited machine, and there isn't you know, I'm not about to sort of suddenly say, oh, well, I can write a game that's like an NES game all of a sudden. Of course, that's not going to happen. But you know, there are things you can do. But the steps that you have to take, some of the first things you have to think about is kind of like, well, you're going to have to save a lot of memory, right? So that you can use it for other things, and that's really the first problem that I had to solve. So if I switch over to a more modern version of this, let me just see if I can do that. Hang on a second. Right. You'd think after all that streaming that I did, I'd be better at this, but okay. Okay, let's try this one. Okay. So after that, I started adding more and more things to AGD to try to solve some of these problems, but and there was some success, but still ended up kind of painting ourselves into a corner. I think this will work, although I'm not sure if the sprites will. Just a second, you can ignore that part. But right, so you can see that this is. I mean, if you can ignore those bats wobbling, right? I can explain why that happens, but it's just to do with the way that the sprites are stored in the editor. So you have to sort of. It's a bit complicated, to be honest, but perhaps if I can make it past here. I'm not sure if I'm good enough to do it, but. Okay, that's not bad. Yeah. So you can see, I mean, first of all, you can see, look, on the ladder, right? We've solved that problem, of course, which is a good thing. But it's still very flickery. It's still, look at that, right? It's janky, isn't it? It's like, I don't like that myself. I'm sure, like I said, if you come at it with eyes of 1985, then you're like, yeah, it's the specky, it's fine, you know. But I'm a gamer first and foremost, and I kind of think, well, let's try and fix that, you know. The other thing you can see there is I did something with the water, which is kind of fun. It's just a little
I like it
trick, really. But those things are nice, right? So you can keep adding stuff like this, and that's basically what we did. And I know one of John's favorite things there, you can see, look, the rooms have got names. Hey, that's always a nice touch, right? I know you like that. So
I love it. I love everything about what you're doing here.
So this was kind of where we got. This is a couple of years ago, right, where we got to. But as I was learning more and more, and listen, Aaron was very generous to call me kind of master. I'm certainly not a master, but I'm getting better all the time, right? That's the main thing that anyone should do with a hobby like this. I think just keep trying to get better. So and set your goals higher, right? And at the time it was kind of okay, but then I was like, you know what, I don't like that. It's still janky, right? It still feels kind of slow, and it doesn't feel like a console game really, or something like that. And I don't expect ever to really get to that level, but I want to try and at least push it, you know?
Well, I mean,
So,
what would you say your next priorities are in terms of improve? Now, you want to continue to use Monty Mole, right?
Well, it's Morty Mole, because we don't have the.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Morty Mole. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Don't get in the litigation boat, for God's sake.
Don't confuse it, right? So it's their son. His dad's called Monty, I believe. And he's a little bit perkier, a little bit more sprightly, let's say. Well, I will come to that, because I have got sort of the current thing that I'm working on, which I'll be able to show, and you'll be able to see some of the differences. But when people talk about, I was saying this to my friend Andy the other day. Now, Andy's the guy who does most of the level design, right? I just level design is just not my thing. I just, to get good at something, you have to enjoy it. I don't enjoy designing levels, so he's good at it. He enjoys it. I leave him to it. The coding is my main thing. I quite like doing graphics, so those are the two things that I kind of dabble in as well. So, but anyway, what I was saying, we were talking about this idea, look and feel in gaming, and my argument was that it's actually all of it it's all feel, right? That's just my opinion, but for me, the look it just feeds into the feel, right? So the better it looks, the better you feel about it. But ultimately, underneath that, it's got to feel right when you're moving the character around. It's got to feel solid. It's got to feel almost tangible, And if it doesn't, then you end up saying, "Oh well, it's on the specky. What do you expect?" Right? And that's, to me, like, well, then if that's what it's like on the specky, I'm going to go and play a console game because I can, right? So why wouldn't I? Because some people play for nostalgia, absolutely fine if that's their thing. I just like playing games. So if I want to play,
you want to take more modern game concepts and like bring them to the
Yeah.
spectrum.
Yeah, exactly. And when I say modern, I mean 90s. Maybe, but no, it doesn't have to. No, in all honesty, it doesn't have to be modern, because like most of you, I grew up playing in the arcades, right? And when we played games on the Spectrum or on our computers, we were like, well, yeah, we'll play them because we don't have to put a quarter in to play those, right? And we've got them at home, and we can sit in our room, and we can sneak downstairs and at 1 o'clock in the morning when our parents are asleep and have a game or whatever. We're not going to the arcade like that, right? But we always knew that the arcade was where it was at, right? So, and that's really what I'm talking about. I could say, sure, I could say, console games, Mario, whatever else. But that's the reason that the Japanese console games in my opinion anyway, the reason Japanese console games are so great is because they took guys from the arcades who were developing in the arcades, and they developed the games on the consoles, right? So, and obviously, Miyamoto's a perfect example of that, right? But most of the other guys too, they were making arcade games. They knew what they wanted to do, and they brought I imagine they probably even had a say in the design of the consoles. Well, it needs to do this and it needs to do that. And obviously, Sega and Nintendo, they started in the arcade. The consoles were like, how can we bring our games into the home? And so that's why I guess that's why they're so good. Whereas the computers, and again, nothing wrong with it, but kind of in a way, computers are almost like the jack of all trades and master of machines, aren't they? Because they don't just play games. That you can you can write music, you can do graphics, you can do all kinds of different things on them. So, and the Spectrum is in absolutely no way. If you wanted to take everything that you need to write games, none of it is on the Spectrum. You know, absolutely none. It's just. But that's a great challenge, right? So, it's kind of like, well, the one thing it does have is plenty of memory. I think I've probably said that before. But anyway, I don't want to go on for too long. But quickly, what I'll show you, one of the things I'll show you very quickly. So when you're thinking about an engine, is you're thinking about, one of the first things you think about is, well, how do you do the rooms? And you need to kind of compress the rooms into as little memory as possible without compromising the way that they look. So if I show you a room like this, right, it's made up of tiles, and I'm sure you're all familiar with that, right? So you can see that there are certain tiles that are kind of repeated, you know. So if I, for example, if I sort of switch that on there, you can see that's flashing, right? So you can see that, right?
Yeah.
So that just shows that's the same tile, right? So that's 1 byte. Now that's 20. That's sort of 30 by 20 roughly, right? So that's 600 tiles on that screen. So if that's not compressed, that's 600 bytes. That's, you know, so that's going to mount up really quick. So you need to use compression. Now, the most common form of compression is something called run length encoding. So those of you techie, you'll know what that is, but for the non sort of techie minded, it's a pretty simple idea that instead of having just a series of numbers with each tile, what you do is you say, for example, here, this part, you would say the next sort of 12 tiles are tile number 4, right? So you say 12 lots of 4. So now you've got two numbers, 12 and 4. So instead of 12 bytes, you only need to use 2 bytes, right? So when the code reads that, it'll just follow your instructions. Say print 12 of this one, then print 12 empty spaces, then print one of those, then one of those, then print however many empty spaces. It usually, depending on how complex the screen is, it can get you down to sort of 60–70% of what you would have previously done. But the more detailed the screen is, the more tiles that you use, the less effective that method is. But it is a good method because it's also very fast. In terms of decompression, you need to have something that an 8-bit computer can handle, because it needs to decompress the room in the time that it takes for a person to go from one room to the next, right? So, and again, talking about games and the feel of them, if you have to sort of wait a second while the next room is loading, and you go, okay, the new room, like that, it breaks the sort of cycle, you know, it breaks the illusion. You think, oh, I'm in a computer game because look, it's loading, right? So run length encoding is pretty fast, and that's why it's good. But again, it's not massively efficient. So what I came up with was an interesting idea. I don't know if it's been done before, but what I did is I thought, well, there's a lot of empty space in that room, right? In any room, when you look, the most common tile is the blank space, and there's always going to be blank space, because how is the player going to move around otherwise, right? So what I did is I have a little algorithm that converts that screen into a bitmap like that, right? And that makes a difference between, it tells you this is a sort of empty space or a non-empty space. And that image, that can be stored as a bitmap, and that only takes, for this one, about 76 bytes, right? So that's really small. That's like, 10% of what it was. Well, not 10%, but 12%, say. But you've still got the data. So what I did then is, what the code does is it runs through this, and it takes out all the empty spaces, so that here you've got, so whenever you have an empty space, it just skips past it. So that, for example, if you have a tile, if you see the white cursor here, so if you have a tile, say that tile there, then the next tile in the stream will be that tile there, followed by that one and that one, right? And then you run length encode all of that data, so that when you read this, you then when you're on a how would I say, when you're on a printable space, it reads the decompression, right? And then when it reaches a non-printable space, it stops the decompression, skips a number of spaces, and then it goes back to the decompression. And the big advantage of that is that if you have, say, if you have a tile like this, and then a space, and then more tiles, well, that whole thing is all going to be stored as a single RLE, right? Because that gap there is ignored. You see what I mean?
So you run length encoding only the active graphics, not the...
Yeah, exactly. So it's like a two-step process. So you store like a bitmap like that at the beginning, and it loads that bitmap into a small buffer, and then from that, it tells it that bitmap tells it when there is active graphics or not, right? So what you basically do, you more or less cut the screen roughly in half in terms of size, because you've taken out all of the empty space. And then when you decompress it, you basically end up with something like about 50% compression, which is, to be honest, is really good for this kind of level, given that it's still fast, right? It's still got the advantage of the RLE, but even when you add in the bitmap, then it still works. But just to be sure, what I actually do, if you look, can you see there's a little bit of graphical corruption that happens when you move from one screen to the other?
Yes.
What that's doing, that's basically, it's using the screen as a buffer for the compression. So it compresses the screen data into the screen itself, so that it's not using any spare memory, and then it copies that. Once it's finished, it copies it into the memory where it's stored. But what it actually does is, and you can afford to do that when you're editing, it compresses it using standard RLE, and then it compresses it using what I guess I would call kind of bitmap RLE, right? I haven't got another name for it.
Or
and then it compares
something.
And then it compares the two, right? Because it is possible that the RLE can be better than the bitmap, because you've got that sort of 76 extra bytes there, right, of a bitmap. And if you have all the same tiles or something, or if it's less detailed, then, or if there's not many empty spaces, then sometimes basic RLE is a little bit better. In this game, there are 30 screens, and only one of them is compressed better using standard RLE. So, but because the RLE decompression routine is used in the bitmap routine, then you can afford to have two different compression systems. One of them uses a part of the other one, if you see what I mean. So, and what I do is I mark a single bit in the room data at the start, because rooms, I can't remember which bit I use now, but it's one of the addresses. But basically, it says use standard RLE or use non-standard RLE, right? And the handy thing about that as well is you can load old games with the standard compression, and it will compress them and save memory. So it saved quite a bit of memory and that means we could put more detail in, right? So that's the first part.
And
the other thing.
Can you run length encode the bitmap as well, or is there no benefit to doing that? Just thinking, because you're again going, I've got so many spaces that have something in, and so many spaces which don't have something in. So,
well, yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if that would. The thing is, I don't know if that would necessarily save much, because remember, this is stored in bits, right?
Yeah.
So
that's what I meant. Is it sufficiently fast and compressed as a bitmap that it's not worth bothering?
You might be able to do it if you did a run length encode with single bytes, right? So, because you could use 0 or 1, right?
Yeah.
And then you could have 128, 120, 127 or whatever it is on the RLE. It might.
I have
Who
a
knows?
question too. Have you considered expanding this for doing scrolling, where you can say this black area, like if you check one of your screens and you shift it to the left, a lot of the black stays black. You don't have to redraw it. And would that speed up some of the horizontal scrolling or vertical scrolling if you're only
Well,
updating tiles that are moving?
yeah, well, there isn't any scrolling in this. In terms
But
of
using your
redrawing,
hourly technique combined with that, I'm just wondering, would that be something that would make for a fairly decent speed scrolling?
I don't know, to be honest. I think pretty much anything to do with scrolling on the spectrum is really, really tough. So,
because I know the Thexter port on the CoCo 3 does that, where basically, I don't know, can't remember how many tiles it is, but basically you've got these long horizontal strips you're running along and it's all black. So you don't redraw that ever until a wall comes in. Basically, you're only updating the stuff that's
right.
drawn.
Yeah. Well, actually, I did a scrolling demo. It's a long time ago. I don't know. I doubt very much I could dig it out immediately. But yeah, I did do a scrolling demo like that, a sort of Mario demo, where you have a screen buffer, and then when it updates, you only change the things that have changed, not just the blank, not just the blank
tile
ones.
before. Then you just leave it. Or even if you got a double wide tree that's using two tree graphic trunks side by side, you can go, when it moves over one, the second one doesn't change, type thing. So
and you could design your levels with that in mind as well, probably.
Yeah.
Certainly, if you look like if you were to do that with this room with these sort of platforms, then you would only have to take this end and this end, wouldn't you, to do that? But
yeah, so I think that, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that how MPEG compression works? It basically only stores the changes between frames. So I think we did something. One of our programs did something very similar to that in a J2ME game many years ago. He used that for a scrolling game. Was exactly that thing of only updating what's changed and leaving stuff on screen.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely, for sure. And in fact, this method that I'm using here, I'll go to a new screen. Remember, I said about this idea of like you want it to be as fast as possible. So when you go to a new screen, it also checks to see what the previous screen was, so it doesn't have to update everything immediately. Like, so if there's a tree in the next room, then that tree is more or less the same, then it would already be drawn, if you see what I mean. So, I mean, the whole thing really is that kind of you want everything to be seamless if you can, But the other interesting thing, I don't have time. Do I have time to sort of talk about the other thing, or Aaron, or?
Yeah, man. Go
Aaron
ahead.
there?
Go ahead, man.
Okay. So the other thing that I've kind of come up with, and this is more to do with trying to save memory, right? So when you have a game where there's no masking, right? You use basically what's called like an XOR print. So when you print the sprite, if it's on an empty background, it looks fine, and if you reprint it, it will remove it. It's kind of like a footprint that you then remove, right? So it's a very common way of drawing graphics on early computers and early video games, because again, it's fast and it's efficient, and you don't need to store. When you're drawing anything, this is basically talking about software sprites, right? So you've got no hardware support, so you're literally just working in memory. So if you put anything into memory, and in this case screen memory, then you have to remove it, right? As soon as the player moves, you've got to remove what was there and then put it back. But when you remove what was there, you've also got to put what was there before, underneath the player, if you like, right? You've got to give that illusion. So the simplest way that coders do that usually is what's called XOR, right? Which is basically, it means if something is there already, then wipe it out, and if something isn't there, then print it. And then that works in reverse when you then print the same thing to the same place on the screen. Now that something is there, that very same thing will be removed. So that allows
restores its own state every second XOR.
Yeah. And that's a really common, very, very common trick to use because it's very fast. The downside of it is that doesn't go well with backgrounds, right? So sprites, when they go over, I'm sure you guys, you will have seen it. You saw it in the game just there, where the sprite basically goes into the background, and you can still see it, but it's kind of messed up, and it's kind of like that same thing. You go, oh, well, it's just the specky, you know? But ideally, as I said, I mean, it's not, maybe it's a bit ambitious, but ideally, any game that you don't want people to think at all about what they're playing it on, right? You just want them to be into the game. So you don't want to be like, oh, it's a specky, right? Whereas if you get a really good game, you won't even think about that. You'll just be into the game and enjoying it. So that's my kind of philosophy. If you can, then you should try to do that. So, but the problem with backgrounds, as I said, don't work well with XOR. So then what you do is you do something called like masking, right? In this case, sprite masking. And what you have to do is you keep a copy of the background data so that when you print it, you can then restore it, right? That's essentially what it does. But what you then need to do is create a mask for the player. So you create a sort of player-shaped blob, if you like, that's shaped like the player, so that when you print the player, you can then sort of use that shape to restore what was there before. So now, obviously, I mean, I know there's plenty of techie guys here. I don't need to explain it to. I'm trying to do it in layman's terms for the guys that don't necessarily know about coding. So I know you coder guys know all about it, and we could talk in techie language about it. So coders, don't imagine that I'm not lowbrowing it here. Really, I'm just trying to make it understandable for people. So yeah, it's kind of like layers, right? But if you do that, if you have layers, then you've got to store those layers, and that makes it normally pretty intensive on memory, right? So in the past, when I've done a mask, what you do is you print the screen, and then you take a copy of the screen, and then you use that copy to restore whatever is on the screen. And that works great, especially if you have a lot of enemies kind of moving across the backgrounds as well. But what I thought about was, well, most of the time in these games, it's really only the player that goes into over the backgrounds, because most of the enemies, they have a sort of zones that they occupy. Most of the time they're in a blank space, so you don't necessarily need to mask those. So I thought, well, maybe there's a way that you could mask the player without using a whole kind of screen. So what I did is I created a kind of it's about 48 bytes of what I guess I would call a mask buffer. And what that does is it looks where the player is, and it looks then at the sort of I guess, how many tiles would it be? Well, it's sort of 3 by 3, I guess, in a square of tiles. That's where the player is. So that's the area that the player is occupying, right? And then what I do is apply a mask to that. So this happens at the start before the player is printed. It looks where the player is. It's all done in reverse, but it's kind of quite a neat little trick, really. So it looks where the player is. It looks at what the background of the player is, and then it puts that into a buffer, and then it prints a kind of circle, or almost like an egg shape, because it's the shape of the sprite, and it punches that into the buffer, and then it takes that buffer and it XORs that onto the screen, right? Now, the result of that is it basically creates a hole in the background that can be restored by doing XOR. Because it was XORed in, it can be XORed out, right? So you create a hole in the background, and then you print the sprite into that hole. So, and overall, of course, it's a lot slower than just printing XOR. It's maybe 4 times as slow, but because you're printing a buffer, and then you're printing a hole, and then you're printing a sprite. But that's the only sprite that you need to do that with, because all the others are done in the standard way. So it ends up working pretty well. And then I also add to that, and I won't go into the detail of this, but I also use lookup tables for the shifting of the player sprite. So in the end, I'm able to get a sprite that is masked and that moves around software-wise, but I'm only using 32 bytes per image for the sprite, and I only need 48 bytes for the mask. So it does take up a lot more memory. It takes a lot more cycles, but it's still only, in terms of the raster beam, it's only about 10% of the screen, right? So there's still 90% of the sort of processor time if you're running at 50 hertz. And that's the other thing that I do as well, is I run the player at 50 hertz. There's a PAL 50 hertz. It would be 60 in the US, but run the player at that speed, and the all the other sprites run at 25. And again, that's that thing when I said about the look and the feel, right? Because it's the player that's being controlled by the human, and they get the feel of it, right? And they notice, they can feel that character is the one that they're controlling, right? So that means that they've got that kind of almost visceral kind of thing going on with that, right? But anyway, that's that. I'd like to go into more detail about it, but it is a kind of, it was something that I was been thinking about for a while. Finally managed to figure out a way to do it. The key to it was generating the that sort of chunk of being able to read where the player screen is, where the player is at any time, and then just taking that strip of data. The way that works is I store the tiles in a, and this is a bit techie, but I store the tiles. You have to have 256 tiles. You can't do it with less than that, because the tiles are stored, each row of the tiles is stored as the high byte of 256. So that means that the low byte is always the number of the sprite itself, of the tile itself. And when you do that, then you can immediately look up every piece of graphic for any tile without changing or doing any other calculation. All you have to do is increase the high byte address. So therefore, you can grab a piece of the screen much more quickly than you could otherwise. And it actually works out okay, because 256 tiles, it's only about 2K. And most of the time when you're building a game, you can see on this screen here that the number of blocks it's already 2K anyway. You know, that you usually use a lot of blocks. So this method is suitable for a game that has a lot of blocks, but if you're able to save a lot of memory on your sprites and on your screen compression, then you can use more blocks, and therefore it becomes more realistic that way, you know. So it all kind of balances out. Plus, I have a system now that also allows me to use any block as a sprite, as an 8x8 sprite. So that means that even if you don't fill all of the blocks, you can use the spare ones for little tiny extra sprites as well. So that works out quite well. So anyway, you guys over in West Virginia, you'll be happy to know that I've called this the Moonshine engine, and I hear you guys are partial to. I hear you're partial to
very good
a little White Lightning or whatever,
yeah, or a lot
the old Mountain Dew or whatever. And that's because it's homebrew, right? It's like a homebrew nighttime homebrew thing, so it's a kind of fun name.
Or you coded it in your bathtub.
Yeah.
But yeah, let me see if I can. Let me see. Now, this demo it's fine. The main sprite is working and the screens are working. The enemy sprites are not working, and you will see that there are some enemy sprites just kind of randomly scattered, and they're not moving or anything. But I think is that can you see that? Yeah,
we see it.
Yeah,
in the cave. Yeah. So, all right. So hopefully what you'll see is a pretty big difference in terms of. There's no flicker. It's really fast now.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So
he's moving, and he's also.
Yeah,
I noticed
really
that
smooth.
The flicker's gone off when he climbs as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it's all gone. The other thing I've done is I've done this little Star Wars thing, which is like it loads the screen, and then it does, because there's no scrolling, right? But instead, what it does is the Star Wars wipe. You see, if you go that way,
yeah,
the room is revealed, and depending on the
Yeah,
direction,
it's much more aesthetically pleasing doing it that way.
Yeah. The other thing that happens, and again, hopefully I'll be able to do this, but if you look at the enemy sprites, they're already there when you walk in, so they're revealed as you move in, you know. So, and the player also seamlessly will just walk in, because the room has already been drawn after the reveal. So it's not like reveal and then play. It's literally, look, you can see the reveal actually happen.
Yeah, you're moving as the screen is being revealed.
Yeah, and it's a nice it doubles up aesthetically. It's one of those nice happy things where the aesthetics combine with the technical, because you're looking at that part of the screen anyway, because that's where you are. So you can do a reveal, but you can also just carry on playing, right? So in that sense, when you're sort of moving, you get that much more kind of console feel that you're moving somewhere, and it you know,
it seems much quicker
works.
and smoother to me. And of course, like I said, the flicker's gone. I mean, it's
Yeah,
not like there's a
gone.
subtle difference here. It's a huge difference.
Well, I like to think that it plays, you know, I mean, you can really zip around, you know. I mean, it's still not a massively fast game, but the thing is, when you take out all those things where you just kind of waiting for the game to load, like little bits of stuff, and you know, the 50 hertz, whatever, it really does make a difference. But the other thing, the little things that you get with consoles, let me see if I can just show you that as well. It's very subtle, but you will see it. He has a little bit of momentum, right? Do you see the way that he moves? He doesn't stop.
Yeah,
immediately
absolutely. It's
when
a little, and that's a very Mario-esque thing as well.
Yeah, you see the way that he turns. He'll just kind of, yeah, he'll just spin. It's very subtle, but it's enough. And then the, you know, the gravity is also improved, and that somersault is Monty Mole's quite known for that in some of his later games. But it was actually a really kind of, it actually added a mechanic that a lot of people didn't like, because it was really sort of difficult. But I wanted to add it, and because I've managed to save enough memory, but because the frames are only 32 bytes. The other thing I did is in this engine, as you can see, the little enemies there, but this can cope with sprites from 2 pixels high down to 32, so it's completely flexible in terms of how high the sprites are. And the reason that works really well is that there is a limitation because of the extra takes to do the masking and stuff. You can have the player plus another 8 sprites, more or less. It's a tight squeeze, but you can design the sprites so that they are, say, some of them are only 8 pixels high or 12 or whatever. So, and that's all going to cut down in the draw time. So unless you have sort of 8 big sprites, then that could cause an issue, possibly with if you're playing music or if you've got a sound playing or something. But mostly, so far, it's worked pretty well. And I did the design of the somersault is such that he'll always do a somersault and then kind of return to his natural position. But mostly it's just done for fun, right? Because it just makes it more fun, just to kind of bounce around like this, you know. It's just a lot
Again,
faster,
like you said, it's all about the feel. Yeah.
Now, and believe it or not, I actually had to nerf it. This is one last interesting thing. This character's not running at 50 hertz because he was too fast. And so, but then I put him at 25 and he was too slow. It was like a bit sticky. So what I actually did, and I didn't think it would work, but surprisingly, I actually found that if I just updated it 3 out of every 4 cycles, and I thought that would make it jerky, but it actually didn't, and it made it more or less that sweet spot that you would want, because it really was just a bit too fast when I did it at 50. You know, like it was almost like a shoot 'em up or something. He was like zipping around all over the place. But this
now, is that because you're just running the one sprite at the time? Like if you add in enemy sprites, are you taking that into consideration? It was still too fast, even with like 4 or 5 enemies or something.
Well, everything I'm doing on here is done on a raster beam timer, so it doesn't matter what you add or take away. It's always going to be that speed, you know.
Just frame lock.
Basically, yeah. That's That's a much more succinct way of putting it. Yeah. But obviously, if you add too much, if there's too much going on at once, then you're going to run out of you're going to run out of cycle time, and when that happens, then it starts to flicker. So what you have to do is design it in such a way that you have to. There are some limitations with how many sprites you have, or the size of the sprites on the screen, or different things like that will affect it. But yeah, so the plan really is to, this is, as I said, it's quite an old game, but we've got most of the screens and everything done. So I'm just working on this engine, and hopefully, in another month or two, this game will be done. But then it's the reason I sort of took the plunge with this is that we can then take some of the other AGD games that Andy's done and that I've done and adapt them to this, because I've got kind of converters that allow me to change, take the data out from the old version of the sort of AGD version and then put it into this. So and then with the kind of we've got a little sort of software house. It's not like a proper well, it's not really a business, so to speak. It's just something that we do to publish our own games, if you like. But we create tapes and then we sell them at events, But then the idea is that we're going to work with a couple of other programmers or graphics people and coders and things like this to sort of create that kind of old school 80s style software house, where you had some guys doing graphics and a little bit of this and that, and then because this kind of engine will enable us to collaborate with other people really nicely, because we've got the tools that are within AGD that I enhanced, plus you've got the engine that can kind of deliver the higher quality frame rates and smoothness that people expect, So hopefully it's a healthy specky homebrew scene in the UK in the future.
I think
so.
I think
I think
very
that's about it.
impressive.
Unless you guys have any questions.
It's very impressive, Happy. Now I've got a couple questions, but they're dumb guy questions,
Yeah, sure.
so don't worry.
I like those. That's good.
So, with you said you'd built like a converter for this thing,
yeah.
When you talk about going back, I mean, are you talking about the ability to go back in certain games and sort of like retrofit this in so you could enhance the games, or am I off base here? Is that?
Well, no. What I'm talking about is the games that are written in AGD. Right?
Okay.
So they have a specific format. They all use the same engine. Remember at the beginning I said that they kind of it's kind of cookie cutter, right? They're all cut from the same.
Right,
shape.
I've got that, but what I'm saying is
that means I can take that data. Yeah, I can take that data and I can convert it into this engine so that those games will run on this engine. Yeah.
Right. So yeah, I got that part. I mean, so but I don't. How prevalent or how often will you see that? How many people have put out games on that engine? Is it something you see a ton of, or?
Probably too many, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's more than 200. Yeah.
And how of those games, how many would you classify as worth tinkering with if you took the notion, percentage wise?
Oh, that's a mean thing to ask, but it would be maybe. Oh, excuse me. Maybe a dozen. Maybe I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying that. I mean, hey, that's not the worst, because that's still a dozen you can tinker with, and that breathing new life into some of these it's a real neat. Now going forward, you can take what you've done here.
Somebody wants to say hello.
Oh, there it is.
Look how big she is. Oh
yeah. Yeah, she got big. Hey, are you gonna be?
She's just a little kitten.
Are you gonna be doing this sort of thing on? Are you gonna fire the Happy Coding stream back up and maybe start tinker with this stuff?
Well,
live?
you know, I was thinking about it. I mean, we'll have to see. It was. I'm not saying I didn't enjoy it, because I did, but it was so intense. It was like every night, and I just kind of like, no, maybe I might do like just kind of catch up streams, maybe.
Yeah.
And I might do something on YouTube or something like that, you know.
Yeah, beautiful.
But there isn't a plan to do like dozens of these, take these games. No, Andy's got a couple of games, 2 or 3 games that he really wants to kind of upgrade. He's actually, some of his games are also, just to add to this, the way I'm designing this is that it will work better with 128K, and it will work better with Spectrum Next as well. And we also have some friends, you know, Andy's working with as well, that have done conversions to C64 and Amiga as well. So Andy's got his first Amiga game that came out a couple of weeks ago, which was originally an AGD game, right? So someone has written an engine to do that on the Amiga. So again, you know, it certainly wouldn't be beyond the realms of possibility that even this game you're seeing here would be converted to the Amiga eventually, because we'd have an engine hopefully that would make it possible to do that. You'd have to do all the redo the graphics and stuff, you know, but
was that Ooze the Escape by any chance?
Indeed, yes, yeah. So if you want to have a look at that, it's
So I like to make out that I know what's going on in the Amiga.
Well, it was a nice. I mean, listen, if you take a specky game and do a more or less like for like conversion to the Amiga, it's never going to be like a groundbreaking Amiga game, right? But as you know, that whole I've seen many times on Amigos when you review a game and you say it feels like an 8-bit game, you know, whatever, but.
It's not necessarily a burial when I do that, but sometimes it is.
I played that 3 weeks ago.
But you know what, though? Yeah, but if you say that in sort of, well, that was in 1990, and those guys were asking like $30 for that game. I mean, it's like, come on, you can do better.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're talking about guys just fooling around at home and selling the game for a couple of bucks to you know, it's like, well, okay, you know, why not?
Now, you know, before we let you finish up there, Hap, I got to ask, because, you know, I'm a big fan of your stuff, obviously. If a person wanted to, say, purchase some of your wares or get in contact with you, give us your details, give us some plugs here. If somebody needs to get a hold of you, Happy.
Yeah, sure, yeah. Well, I've got an itch page, right, which is highriser.itch.io. And you can buy games there, right? They're all like $2-3 or whatever. I think I have 7 or 8 games. I'm not sure, but and I also have Patreon. And yeah, the Patreon's kind of fun really, because you get all of the games that I've done for included, if you like. Plus, as I said, you know, I do kind of take requests occasionally, and people ask me, "Oh, could you do this? Could you hack this game? Could you do?" You know, and I do that sort of thing sometimes for people. You might have seen that Space Invaders thing I did with This Week in Retro recently.
I did.
Actually, one of my patrons asked me to do a redefine keys option for that game, and then I just thought, well, I might as well change the graphics as well. So I do a lot of little mods, and those mods go to my patrons, and then maybe 6 months later, I put them out for the rest.
And what was the address for your Patreon, Happy?
It's just HappyCoding ZX.
There you go, beautiful, beautiful. Hey, I will say this. I don't want to plug anything here, but this is a pretty good game right here. I heard about called Shay's Maxim. I don't want to plug it too hard, but it's double gold. It's double gold. Also, Happy does some.
I was thinking about doing a sequel, you know.
Yeah, I'm all for it, man. Happy also does a lot of charity
Maxim
stuff too.
The international edition.
There you go. Yeah. Oh Lord, I wouldn't guess on that one. So we'll be. By the way, I want to also. I hate to do the self plug, but Whenever Happy does a stream, we usually capture those streams and put them up on the
Yeah.
Amigos Stream Team channel. And listen, if the good thing about Happy stuff is it's evergreen. So if you're getting started in ZX Spectrum programming or just want to follow along with what he's up to, those shows are all available. That's why we do it. So we didn't want those things to go away. So if you're interested in checking those out,
and
you
just
can head over to the Stream Team.
actually one last thing. The little software house is called Midnight Brew, and you can get physical copies of some of our games on there, and we do kind of ship worldwide. But the main thing that we do, because it's not like a proper business operation, but the main thing that we do is we go to events and then we sell them there. So I'll be coming, fingers crossed, I'll be coming to Crash in November. So if you're in the UK and you're planning to come to Crash, then I'm pretty sure that we're going to be there. And Lunar Rescue will be a new physical game that's been released. Hopefully there'll be this one, and I've got a couple of others that haven't completely announced yet, but I've also got an absolutely outstanding homebrew game that came out a year or two ago that's never been released on tape, and that's going to be on our label as well. So that's really exciting. So that's going to be on sale exclusively to Crash. Before it'll be on sale after Crash is finished to everybody, but it will be a Crash event exclusive.
Very good. Where is Crash? Where's that being held at?
So Kenilworth
in the UK.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, near Warwick. Oh yeah.
Outstanding.
Yeah, we were there last year and we had a great time. It was a lot of fun, and it was especially nice for me because being so far away from the UK, I never meet anybody really. So any kind of retro heads, let's say. So it was a bit overwhelming to suddenly be completely sort of flooded with them. But it was great, and I thoroughly enjoyed myself. So yeah, it's definitely worth it if you're in the UK or not too far from there. You know.
Yeah.
Outstanding. Hey, listen, that was quite even for a dullard like myself. Even I could see the difference, brother, in watching that presentation. So I think
you're a gamer, Aaron. You know,
that's
at
right.
the end of the day, you know, you've got to think of the people that are going to play it. That's ultimately that's who's going to judge you.
Finally, someone's thinking about me. Thank God. It's about time.
I'm always thinking about you, Aaron.
What's the rest of your excuses? Come on. Thank you, Happy. Outstanding stuff. And I know you're up late over there. Appreciate you sticking around.
Yeah.
Hap.
It's 4:30. I'll probably head off soon. I'll stick around for a little bit, see what's next. But yeah, got a
captive audience right there. Very good. You know, we're gonna move from the technical wizardry.
Thanks, guys.
Of our good buddy Happy here to another technical genius, a man who few can approach in terms of mental faculties. Please, I beseech you, pay full attention to this man. It's Mitsoyama.
Oh, I don't know if I can live up to that hype, Aaron. What the hell? Mental faculties. God knows what's going on there. Right, yeah, so a couple of hard acts to follow there. You know, people writing their own games and people writing their own game engines, and I'm just coming along showing off something that I bought recently, you know, so just dumbing it down a little bit, you know. So
I like it.
So I think if I can just try and let me just try and get this going.
Let me help you out here, man.
No, let's have a look.
There you go, bingo.
Okay, so so I'm just gonna talk a little bit about the floppy drive emulation on the Amiga. So I think what a lot of people will know already is the GoTech. So one of the things that I first picked up, if I can just try and switch to this scene here, was a GoTech device like this. So it's basically what we're talking about here is instead of using your 3.5-inch floppy disk drives in your Amigas, you're replacing them with something that allows you to use a USB key. So you'll put files on the USB key. In this case, it's ADF files, and you can use the rotary controller here to select the file you want. Each file is like a disk image of a floppy drive, and it allows you to use floppy disks in a bit more reliable format than using your 3.5-inch floppies. So one of the first things I picked up was this. It's quite a bulky thing. The GoTech is in this plastic case here. It's got a rotary encoder on here, a rotary dial on here that allows you to choose the file. It's got a little screen there that shows you which file you're using, and I've got a little gimmick on the end here that allows me to connect it to the external disk port on my Amiga. So this basically acts as DF1. But what I found using this was that a lot of games and a lot of demos in particular, they're hard coded to load off DF0. So if I wanted to use this as a DF0, I'd have to whip out the floppy disk drive and put this in, and this is too bulky to go in to the Amiga, so I'd have the ribbon cable coming out of the case, and it all looked a bit of a mess. So the second option was to get something like this, which is basically the card has been removed from that big plastic case and has been put on a 3D printed mount here that allows you to remove the 3.5-inch floppy disk drive from the Amiga, put this in, your USB port is there, which you can access through the Amiga case where you normally put the disk. There's a couple of buttons there to choose the file. A little bit awkward, but what you can also get is something like this, which is a header unit that effectively puts the rotary control and the LCD screen on an external bit of kit that you can sit on top of your Amiga. One of the drawbacks is that you've got to try and fit these wires through the case, and sometimes on the Amigas the vents are a little bit small, so it's hard to squeeze them through the vents of your Amiga, and you can break them. But it works okay. But again, the kind of drawback is that you'd have to take out your physical drive. So one of the things that I found recently at a show, I first come across this guy at a show I went to at the start of the year in February, a local Amiga show, and this guy, let me just try and get the right screen up. Sorry, I'm having technical problems. There we go. Yeah, and what this guy's done, he's made he calls it the GoDrive, and what it is, it allows you to keep your 3.5-inch floppy disk drive in your Amiga, but also use your USB as well. So they both act as DF0. There's a little switch that allows you to switch between either using the USB or using the actual physical floppy drive in the Amiga. So it's got two models, one for the A600 and one for the that does both the 1200 and the 500. This is the board for the A600. So you can see here, if I can just put my little laser pointer on here. This is the back of it. So the connector there goes onto the floppy drive port on your Amiga motherboard, and then there's you plug in the power here. You plug in the floppy drive, the physical floppy drive here. There's a little buzzer on here that does the just emulates the clicking of the disk whenever you're using the USB. And this is the one for the A1200, A500. So a similar setup that goes into the floppy connector on your motherboard. This here is a little standoff. If you're using the A500, you've got to use a separate power socket for it. But if you're connecting it to an A1200, then this here actually connects directly into the power on the A1200. And again, the little buzzer there just to give you the clicks and stuff like that. And then just to show you these are tiny, just to show you the scale of them. This is obviously a 3.5-inch disc. They're absolutely tiny, and they need to be to fit in your Amiga when you've actually got a floppy disk drive in there as well. Really well engineered, really well designed, I think, a really good product. And then this is the header unit that comes with it. So again, you've got the screen and the rotary dial, but what he's done is actually moved the USB port up here as well. So instead of fiddling down the side, well, obviously you won't be able to do that if you're keeping your floppy disk drive in your Amiga as well. So you've moved the USB connector up here, and then you've got a switch that enables you to switch between using the floppy drive or G for the GoDrive unit. So yeah, so this is basically how you install it into the A600. So this is what you'd normally have in your A600. You've got your floppy disk drive here. It connects to your motherboard, and the power is there. You whip that out. Your board plugs straight into the floppy connector on the motherboard. It gives you a little Y cable here. So for the power, so one of the cables comes in to power your board. The other one goes off to power the floppy disk. You plug your floppy disk in. This little ribbon cable here goes up to the header. You'll notice that I forgot to put it in down there, but I had to take it out and put it back in again. Your floppy drive connects directly connects onto the board here, and then the second power lead goes into your floppy drive there. It all fits back nice and neat, so the floppy drive goes back exactly where it is with the board fitting underneath it, and then you put your case back on and your little header unit up here. So I can actually quickly show you if I just switch back to the hand cam here, I can actually quickly show you the one for the A1200, so you can see how small it is. I've not fitted this one yet. It's one of my to-do things. So again, that goes into the main board. This is just a 3D printed little thing here. So if you're using the A1200, that there goes into the power of your A1200. That goes into your floppy drive, into the floppy connector. If you're using it on your A500, then you just use this little 3D printed standoff here, and you have to use the Y cable to power that. A nice thin ribbon cable easily goes through the vents of your A500, so you're not having to pull them apart to try and get the leads through. And then there you go, the header unit again, and it works. It works really well. I've got it in my A600 at the moment. If I can just show a little video of it working. So what you're seeing here, hopefully, is that up on screen?
Yeah, we're seeing it. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I've done here, I've put in the USB key. I've created an image with a blank floppy disk on it, so you can see there that the blank floppy disk has come up. I've just flicked the switch. The blank floppy disk has gone away. So then I'm putting in the actual physical 3.5-inch floppy, and the Amiga's reading that. You can see it's come up there on the workbench screen, and you can open it up, and you can see that's a full disk. Now, what that disk's got on it is it's a utilities disk. It's one that I got when I picked up the Amiga a couple of years ago. So I'm just rebooting the Amiga now. I'm boosting up off that floppy disk. I've sped this part of the video up, hopefully, so it goes a bit quicker. So this is boosting up off the floppy drive, the physical floppy drive. Got all Collins utilities, and loaded a copy of Xcopy 3. So what I'm basically just trying to demonstrate is that the Amiga, you can't use them both at the same time. They both act as DF0. So when you flick the switch, you actually flick between what's actually acting as DF0, either the floppy drive or the USB drive. So when you look at Xcopy, you see just DF0 there. So what it's basically doing, I'm just doing a quick copy that I've sped up a little bit. So it's reading from the actual physical floppy disk drive there into memory. So it's finished reading it. I flick the switch to go back to the USB key, select the blank ADF image, and then continue the Xcopy process. So now it's writing it back to the USB. So you should be able to see the track being displayed there. The track goes up as it's writing each track. It corresponds to this. Again, I've sped it up just so we're not sat here for a couple of minutes waiting for the disk to copy. Yeah, and it's a pointless demo, but it just shows you how it works, because sometimes the concept can be a bit difficult to grasp. So then it's finished the copy, so now I've just rebooted Amiga, and it's booting up off the contents of that blank floppy disk, which obviously is now this utilities disk, and it just boots up as if it's a normal a normal floppy disk. Yeah, so that's it. It's called the what's it called? It's called the GoDrive unit. Let me just try and get this back on. So this is the information. It's made by a guy who runs a site called digitalretrobay.co.uk. It's got two versions, like I say, the GoDrive 1200 for your A500, 500 plus for your A1200, the GoDrive 600 for your Amiga 600. They both come in at about £80, which is roughly what you'd pay for something like the GoTech that I showed before, with the 3D mount and the header unit. So it's comparable to a GoTech price, and it uses the flash floppy software. So yeah, any time that Keir Fraser updates his flash floppy software, you can just reflash it using the latest version. So yeah, pretty good. I thought it was worth shouting out because it's a unique product. I've never seen many around before. Like I say, it's one guy that does it. I forget his name actually. I've met him 3 times now. He was at the Amiga show. I went to a local Amiga show I went to in February. He was at the Ravi's Kickstart event, and he was at Crash. Sorry, not Crash, Sept. At Kennel a few weeks ago. So yeah, pretty good product. If you've already got a GoTech, is it worth getting one of these instead? I don't know. You know, is the use case for keeping your physical floppy drive and using a GoTech? I guess it's a niche product for a niche use case, but I like it. I put it, like I said, I've got it in my A600, planning to put it in my A1200. What I would say is there's one or two models. Check his website before, if you've got an A1200, check his website before you buy it, because there is one model of floppy drive that you get in the A1200 that's slightly longer than than other models, and it doesn't give you enough clearance to put the board in. He is working on a fix for that. I think he's working on a second design that will allow you to use it with this with the slightly longer drive. I think it's a Mitsumi drive or something like that. I can't remember what it is, but check his website first before if you're thinking of buying one, just to make sure you've got you've not got the longer version of the floppy drive, because you won't be able to use the card at the moment. But yeah, pretty good.
I was going to say I met the guy at Southwest Amiga a few months back, and he just had it plugged in and he was demoing it. I just bought one on the spot and bunged it in my 1200. It's like, absolutely worth every penny. Like,
it looks great.
Is there a way that the internal floppy could behave like an external while you had that other one enabled? Do you know what I mean?
Well, Mitz, actually, on that, couldn't you, depending on your Kickstart version, couldn't you force boot from DF1 by holding both mouse buttons down? I know Xcopy will boot off any drive.
Yeah, I know, but like, I mean, especially with some of the demos and stuff like that, they're hard coded, aren't they?
Some of them. But just in your demo there with Xcopy, I know Xcopy will run on any drive, right? So
yeah. I mean, you can, and that's what I did. That's what I did when I was using the GoTech as an external drive. You could. It registers with the Amiga as DF1, so you can sometimes force boot it, like you say, off DF1. But I just thought, it's a neat little product. It's
very
really
neat.
Really well designed.
Yeah, no. What I meant was that instead of having an external drive, you could have this one as your DFO, and then your internal Amiga one as your DF1, and then you wouldn't need it. Is that
not without some hardware modification to the Gary chip? Can you do that?
Okay.
There are daughter cards you can buy that'll do that, but without that you can't.
Because what this is basically doing is just sitting between, it's sitting between the physical floppy drive and your motherboard. So as far as the Amiga is concerned, there's only one DF0. What you're doing, by flicking that switch, you're just saying, right, DF0 is the floppy drive. Flick it, again, now it's the USB drive. The Amiga and the Amiga OS doesn't know anything about it. It's just writing to a DFO as far as that's concerned. I mean, what I've not done yet, I'm tempted to try it, but I don't want to screw things up. Is to flick the switch halfway through a read or a write operation just to see what happens. But I think that'll just open things up totally. But,
yeah.
You know,
You should do that on the aptly named disaster stream.
That's right. Yeah, I'll live stream that any day of the week, Mitz.
What you could do is you could have the same disc. You could have the physical disc of Top Banana, and then an ADF file on the USB stick, and flick midway through just to see if it just errors and carries on reading. That'd be quite a fun experiment.
Just don't use an original. Make sure you back up Top
Oh, I don't
Banana,
know.
because the world can't afford to lose any more of these. Many were destroyed. The one thing about
I
this,
tell you what, Paul, if you put it in your A1200, you give that a go and let us know how you get on with that.
I am 100. Well, the worst case, I'm 100% up for that because I've got mine up in a box. I'll do that in the week because I'm really intrigued to find out what happens now.
Yeah.
So.
I just wanted to bring it to people's attention because it's just one guy on his own doing this.
Yeah, it looks great. He'll
send
do
it around
well.
the world.
He'll do well.
I mean, if he's got buffers on that board, it should work. But if he doesn't have buffers, flipping the switch won't work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Like I say, I'm not gonna go there.
Yeah. Don't tempt fate. Don't tempt fate. I miss the problem is they've made these things too small. Because when else? That's the only excuse I needed to just cut into the case of my Amiga. That's it. Just cut a big gaping hole, and that's the way we like to do it here. Just that's the way we do it here. I've got one with a big huge hole in the side. Thanks, courtesy me. So I'm a dummy. So I wish I was a years ago.
I didn't fancy cutting the case. That's why I went for the kind of internal option first, and then when I saw this option, thought, oh, that's really neat. Keep the floppy drive in there.
Yeah, that is cool.
Just have that coming out the top of the case. It works really well. It looks really neat.
And one of the reasons I swapped to that was because I think it's down to my Kickstart version, but I've got an SCOM Amiga 1200, and if I recall correctly, I couldn't boot from that as an external drive. There was something to do with the motherboard, so that's one of the reasons I went with this GoTech in the end. But interestingly, just as a thing, the guy also, I don't know if he's still selling them on the site, he had them at Crash, he made these joysticks, which are basically keyboard joysticks. So it's just a handmade gubbins with but it works really well, really well for like games and stuff. Like if you prefer playing on keys, but you just want it a little bit aside. Same guy. So
that is niche right there. That's super niche right there, brother.
Oh yeah, totally. But it was I played R-Type on his Amiga at Swag. I was just like, I've got to have one of those. That's phenomenal.
You need to perfect your jack with the joystick, brother. Maybe you just haven't been playing with the right stick. If you're going back to the keyboard.
keys as well.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Is there any reason that those things can't emulate like 2 or 3 drives even, or is it like?
I mean, I can imagine you could put something together like that, but it's just a switch, isn't it? So you'd have to kind of daisy chain them up, and you definitely wouldn't fit all those inside your case. I wouldn't.
Well, is it? But it's an emulation of a drive, right? So
yeah, you would just have to pick up on address.
Just have like 2 or 3 drives if it's.
The MCU in it would not be powerful enough to do that. Right. It's a really small, comparatively to today's standards MCU.
The thing is that there wouldn't be a lot of benefit to doing that because you just swap the disk in your emulator drive anyway. So if you just have several 10 drives, it's just effectively.
Well, you couldn't do that anyway. You have a hard limitation of 4 drives on the Amiga. Period. Full stop. Yeah.
I had.
I was just thinking for those multi-disc games, if I don't know.
A lot of them don't support other drives too.
That's
another problem. The Amiga, they were bad about not supporting external drives or second drives. I remember when I got mine, I was like, man, I'm set now. And then none of the games I played would even see that drive. They wouldn't even use the darn thing. So
that's the problem. Is a lot of software developers developed to the lowest common denominator, right? Like the Amiga 500 bare bones, and it was like everything was hard coded to DF0.
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
Not even support multiple drives. So you're just like, I've got 2 floppies. It's like, please insert the next disk. It's like, Oh, come on!
Yeah, and it's looking for it in DF0, like it's just hard coded that way.
Yeah. Hey,
Workbench itself will support it, but not anything outside of Workbench, unless the developer did that.
I had a chat to this chap at Kickstart and at Zap as well. His name's Dominic Dittrich.
That's it, yeah, Dominic.
So, but yeah, really nice guy, really friendly. One of the things he was keen to say though is there are other sort of like drive switching kind of solutions which aren't quite as neat as this, but he doesn't think there's any that allow you to switch on the fly like this, like we were saying. So you have to kind of turn off your Amiga, switch, and then reboot kind of thing.
Yeah, there's a daughter board for the Gary you can get, and then just kind of run an external switch, but you can't do it. It's not hot switchable, not at all.
Whereas this is, but yeah, it's a really nice little bit of kit. And I was witness to the XCOM demo as well. It's a really nice, neat way of backing up your physical discs if you want to do that. It's not quite as quick as something like your drawbridge or something like that, but it's just an extra little feature you get almost for free kind of thing.
The price is good too. Good price. Looks good.
It is good. I mean, you can get cheaper Gotex, but then you would have to go out and buy some kind of switcher to get the same level of functionality that you're getting sort of built in with this one. So
very good. Hey, I like
this
that.
Is definitely a cleaner solution.
Absolutely, absolutely. Beautiful. Well done, Mitz. Very well done presentation there. So we're going to keep the ball rolling here. And the best ball roller I know is my good buddy, my partner in crime, John Boatofcar Shawler. Boat has worked up a special presentation this evening. He's kept me completely in the dark. Got no idea what he's got in mind here. So let's.
Is he awake?
Oh yeah, we're sending it over to our good friend, everybody's pal, John Boatofcar Shawler. Boat, what do you got for us tonight, my friend?
Well, it's books. It's 2 books that I got.
You're stealing Graham's gimmick.
Try and contain your excitement, but I think that you're going to find these interesting, even if that doesn't sound interesting. The first one is a series that I think that I might have covered on ICC before, and this is the NES Works series. This is a chronological survey of every Nintendo game released in the United States for each year. So 1985 and 1986 have already been released. 1987 has recently come out. And the first 2 books, there were about 30 games that were released in 1985 and about 40 in 1986. There's like 90 games that came out in 1987. Now, compared, of course, to a computer system, that may seem like a low number, but this is the thing that I like about this book is that 1, it is comprehensive. So it covers every game, and 2, each game is treated very, very well. Some games have more text than others, but there's at least a 2-page spread for every game. You get the original box. The photography is all original photography for this book. You get the box, the manual, so you can see pictures of the actual packaging, and then there's really good write-ups. Jeremy Parrish is a writer / podcaster from way back. He did a podcast called Retronauts back on the old 1UP network back in the day. He was one of my inspirations to get into the retro scene in the podcast format. And, obviously the amount that you like this book is going to coincide with the amount that you're into the NES, but it makes me wish that there was something like this for classic computers. It's really hard because a lot of times computer games came from really small publishers. They weren't all licensed like Nintendo had. The thing that makes this easier for Nintendo is that they had a licensing program which you had to go through them to put out a game. Technically, there were the Codemasters games and stuff like that, but 95% of the games that came out on the NES were licensed through Nintendo, so it's really easy to track things like release dates and things like that. And in addition to all that, in this book, at the end, there's like an extra 100 pages which cover Famicom releases from the same period. There's a whole write-up on the Famicom disk system. And again, if you're a sucker for good photography like I am, it's gold. It's gold because getting really nice pictures of the packaging and the documentation and everything. Plus, when you have a good writer, because I mean, let's be honest, there's tons of books out there about video games. There's not a ton of great video game writers out there that I would actually call legitimate great writers. Jeremy Parrish is one of those guys. So I think this is the complete package. And if you are into other things, just this past week, he released SG-1000 Works, which is a comprehensive look of every game released for the SG-1000, which of course came out only in Japan in, I believe, 1983. So again, Jeremy Parrish, NES Works, Super NES Works, Game Boy Works, Virtual Boy Works, and now I think it's called SG Segaiden or something like that, 1983. That's my first book. The second book is more of a nostalgic pull. When I was a kid, the big thing you went to when in elementary school was the book fair. Every year you go to the book fair. The book fair comes to your school and usually takes over your library. So when you walk in there with your class, for those of you that are not in the United States, you walk in and the entire library is transformed into a bookstore. And it's the best kind of bookstore because it's only books that you care about. It's none of those grown-up books. It's all like movie novelizations and hint books and poster books and sticker books. It's all the good stuff, okay? Well, when I was in probably second or third grade, I went to the book fair and I bought this. The Consumer's Guide Strategies for Nintendo Games. I didn't buy this because there were 87 different Nintendo games books, and this one looked like the best. I bought it because it was the only book that was about video games at the book fair, and so I bought it. This is, I went for years thinking about this, and of course I got rid of it a long time ago. And just recently I thought, boy, I really want to get a copy of this again. And so I looked on eBay. It was available on eBay for a very reasonable price. I picked this up for under $20, including shipping. And it is a total nostalgia trip. It's basically a one-page layout or a two-page layout for the games that were popular when this came out, which I believe this came out in 1989, which for a lot of people, 88, 89 were the real high watermarks of the NES. Of course, you got Super Mario Brothers, Simon's Quest, Contra, Metroid, etc. There are also games that I never ever played that I read about in this book for the first time, like Xenophobe. Of course, everybody's played Xenophobe now, but when I was a kid, I'd never even heard of Xenophobe. So it was cool. One of the hallmarks of these books, if you read a lot of these like I did back in the day, is that the information is quite frequently not only inaccurate, but flat out wrong. The hints and tips that they give you, I think people just sort of pulled things out of the air, or they'll have just sort of really like really obscure things. Like the big hints they put in this book are in red, so you can see here the big hint for Dr. Chaos is look on the north wall. What does that mean? Who knows? So anyway, I think it's cool to buy things from when you were young, especially the very first book about video games that you ever read. And that's what I bought, and that's what I've shown you.
Very good, Bode. Very good. Excellent reporting there. You know, I've made it a habit to collect a bunch of those strategy guides. And I've got even less of a reason than you do, just because I just see them at, like, Goodwill, you know, and I just can't walk away. It's like a dime, I'm in, you know. So I got a whole storage shelf over here. And every once in a blue moon, I drag one of these out to help me with a game. And generally, of course, I'm lazy because I can use the internet, but they're right there, you know. They're right beside my role-playing stuff. Plus, it's kind of fun to go through and, you know, see what they were talking about and see the way they were written and stuff. Excellent work. That NES book is quite astounding, by the way. It's really good. And also, the fact that they've got an SG-1000 book, I'd love to learn more about that system. That's a real fun one. Excellent work, Boat. Everyone needs more books in their life. So, we're going to keep it going here. This is a bookish fellow. He's an intellectual, and he will give you one fine presentation today. I think. Where'd he go? Am I nuts? Maybe he went to the bathroom. All I see there is a box. Well, okay. I didn't expect that. We'll move on.
I'm going to catch that one on YouTube then, guys. I'm going to head off.
See you later, Happy. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for coming. Bye, Happy.
Yeah, gotta go.
Well, we will.
Take care.
Take it easy, man. So we're going to update. Wait,
Enjoy
there he
the rest of the
comes.
night. Bye-bye.
Get in there, Pajako. You know, I was just giving you the big build-up. Nope, there he goes again. Maybe I should just turn this into a full-on burial. Nope, there he is. He just got there.
Sorry, I was just grabbing a drink and then realised I hadn't shut the door. The wife's gone to bed, so I didn't want to disturb her too much. So
I just gave you the big hot introduction, and
as
I threw it over to you, I looked, and there was just an empty box sitting in an empty chair. I thought to myself, he disappeared. He's been kidnapped. Ladies and gentlemen, Pajako, yeah. Take it away.
Hey, everybody. So, yeah, I had a sort of a whale of a time trying to work out what I was going to do. Originally, I was going to do this video on the Apple IIc that I picked up at Boatfest. So that's all sort of working and it's all happy. But literally, it must have been about 6 weeks ago, I was at the RMC Retro Man Cave thing for a Patreon day, and I bumped into someone I know, and we got chatting about stuff, and we got chatting about Amstrads, and he said, I said, I'd love to get hold of one of these Amstrad Plus machines, because we were just chatting. He said, I know a guy that's got one, and he wants to get rid of it, but he doesn't want to sell it on eBay because it's got a monitor, and he doesn't want to deal with the hassle of shipping with a monitor. So, like, if you give me an idea of what you might want to pay for it, I'll make him an offer. I was like, oh, okay. And these things, this particular one, as you'll go into, this is the box for it, but this is the 6128 Plus machine, which is the rarer of the two that takes floppies. They're kind of unicorn poop rare, so I won't go into money, but basically I said, I'm prepared to offer this much. He said, I've already offered him like £100 less than you're prepared to offer, and he said yes. So I got it for basically half the price that you would probably pick this up on eBay if you were lucky. So I met up, plugged it all in, it's all been working. So I've done a video that you'll see in a minute on this machine because it was an abysmal failure, but it's actually a really cool machine. And had it come out at the right time for the right price and bits and pieces, it probably would have done quite well. But the thing is, with this and the GX4000 and a bunch of other machines, it's kind of a bit of a laughing stock, which is unfair because there's some, as you'll see in the video, some fantastic stuff coming out that uses the Plus accelerated hardware. So yeah, I won't yak too much because the video is about 12 minutes long. I had to cut it down from about 25 because I had so much I wanted to show off. But yeah, this is my video. I don't know. It's Paul again, and today's video is going to be about another British micro that hopefully some of you haven't seen before, and this is the first time I've ever actually got my hands on one. So I recently picked up this Amstrad 6128 Plus. Now you know it's not CPC, it's the 6128 Plus. This contains all of the same hardware as the ill-fated GX4000 console. It runs cartridges, it's got a whole bunch of connectivity on the back, it's got the wonderful 3-inch floppy, or was it 3.25? I can't remember. 3-inch floppy, those tiny horrible things. So we're going to have about a 10-minute dive into this machine, look at some of the Plus enhanced games, look at some of the really cool Amstrad games that you might have missed if you've had a brief look at the machine. Now I'm still really early on in my journey with this machine, so I'm still learning a lot. So let's get started. Oh, that was a bit of a loud bang, dude. So, the Amstrad CPC 6128 Plus launched in 1990 at a price of £429. Now, that did come with a monitor, so it kind of counterbalances the cost a little bit. But when you consider that this was 3 years after the launch of the Amiga 500, which launched in 1987 at a price of about £400, it's really easy to work out why the Amstrad Plus range of machines was such a failure. So let's have a look at what we've got. I managed to pick this up boxed. I got this from a friend over on the RMC Discord for a steal. I won't say what I got it for because it will probably make some people cry. But at that price, it was worth picking up because these are not only unicorn poop, but they normally go for silly money, and this was reasonable.
So while we're having a quick tour around the machine, let's brush over some of the loose specs for this thing. So at the heart of it, we've got the Z80 CPU clocking in at 4 MHz, as opposed to the Specky, which ran at 3.5 MHz. So you'll find that the Amstrad runs a little bit faster, allegedly. And then for sound, we've got the AY38912 as used in the Specky 128 and Plus range, MSX, Intellivision, Vector-X, and a variant of which was used in the Atari ST. Video-wise, we've got the Motorola 6845 display controller, which, as I've recently found out, is the same as the BBC Micro, which might explain why some of the games on the Amstrad look remarkably similar to the BBC Micro versions. So what makes the Plus range so special? Well, in addition to all the same gubbins that you get in the CPC range, they've enhanced it so that now the Plus hardware increases the palette to 4096 colours, and it also added hardware sprite capability, which basically gave it a little bit more of an edge. This machine is the bigger brother of the 464 Plus, which is basically exactly the same machine, but it only comes with 64K of RAM and it has a tape drive in it instead of a disk drive. But basically they are the same machine. So as the other Amstrad machines, let's see if I can get that in shot there, we need to connect the video input and the power, which comes from the monitor. So basically you plug the monitor in, well, and that's quite similar to some of the CPC range as well. Let's power up. Now some of you know what's going to happen here. Well, that's not great, is it? Now the reason for that is you need this thing. Now this is the classic burning rubber cartridge. Future Paul here, just a quick note on the cartridge thing. So this isn't actually the standard burning rubber cartridge that comes with the GX4000. The GX4000 version is the red top cartridge and only actually contains just the game. The yellow top version for the Amstrad Plus range contains the Locomotive Basic and the game. There are two other variants. There's a green top one and a blue top one, and as far as I can tell they are just localized versions of the same cartridge. The best you can hope for if you don't have this is that you have some other cartridge games that you can play in the meantime while you're hunting on eBay for a Locomotive and burning rubber cartridge. Switch it on and boom, that's where it gets its operating system from. Now interestingly with this game you've got two control buttons on the controller, as you can see there, yoink, but you still have to press up to accelerate, which seems like a massive fail for me, but there you go. So we'll play this a little bit. And it's a standard racing game. It's not a bad one to get free with your system, to be honest with you. I mean, don't forget, back in the day we wouldn't have had access to like thousands of tapes online and thousands of disc images. That's just like driving in real life. There we go. So anyway, that's burning rubber. Now, if you have other cartridges, which I've got some, it will just boot straight into those cartridges as well, but you can't do much without a cartridge. Now we think these might have been shop demos, because as you can see they've got type labels. This is Batman. This is actually quite good. I played this on the Amiga all the way through to the end, and this is not a bad version of it, to be honest with you. So come on, there we go, and we've got a white one coming. Yay! Whoa, 10,000 points! Woo! And I've completed the level. This is a fighting game. I've only actually ever played this for the first time today, so let's have a look. Okay, oh dear. Oh dear, this is not good. Right. So I'm running short on time here, so I am going to cut it a bit short and just show off some of the more modern homebrew stuff that's coming out for this machine or in development. And then I'll chuck in a couple of the old games at the end that I actually still quite like. But let's kick this off with Pinball Dreams. Now this came out a couple of years ago and really shows what this machine can do. Now I won't play all of these, you can go and download this and check it out yourself, but all of the tables are here. Let's have a crack at Nightmare. Now this is Sonic the Hedgehog. This will need Plus hardware to run and it's absolutely incredible. There's no preview build available, so I've had to grab footage from the developer's website that you can see the link for there. I hope they don't mind, but I really wanted to show this off because it's absolutely amazing that you could get this kind of game running on an Amstrad. Now, obviously, this is Ghosts and Goblins, and yes, this is running on real hardware. Okay, this footage was captured on emulation because I don't have this on cartridge yet. This is a preview build, so it's not finished. It has been in development for quite a while. Yeah, words fail me. Have a look. Right, I think this is going to have to wrap it up. So I'm going to blitz through a few original CPC games, some modern homebrew stuff. Just going to stop yakking. Have a look at these. They're amazing. Get the little cutscene like you do in the 16-bit versions. Look at that. And the classic water sample. That was one of the greatest things about Rick Dangerous. There we go. This is my copy of Turtles. Or Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles, as it was called over here in the UK, because apparently Ninja was way too violent for us British children back in the day. So this is a fairly mediocre game. I think a lot of us got ripped off with this in NES, the Amiga, I think a bunch of machines. It's okay. It's not great, but you know, as a demo piece for the machine showing off the graphics and colours, it's not bad. Shredder wants you to type in a code. I would have thought Shredder would have been happy with you. pirating some of these games. So let's find our code sheet buried somewhere in this manual. Oh, God. Look at this. Look at this. Boop. Right. Oh, man, I can't even read that. That is crazy. Okay, I even had to crack out, because of my failing eyesight, the magnifying glass. That's ridiculous. Donatello. There we go. It's smack. What the is that? We've got everything in here. Jesus, I think April can just yeah, she can stuff it. I'm running away.
That was great.
Nice.
Really good.
Now I wonder
Excellent.
how similar was the hardware to something like a Sam Coupe?
So basically, as far as I know, and I'm still learning about this machine, it's basically a Amstrad CPC hardware with some extra stuff bolted on, basically. So, so it can run all the CPC software range, but I don't know how close it would be to something like the Sam Coupe. But yeah, like I said, even the standard Amstrad CPC stuff was capable of like multicolour bits and pieces. So if you check out, I think Get Dexter is a good one on the Amstrad. You can see the full colour. The problem was because it was like it had a Z80 and it was kind of similar-ish to the Spectrum. It just ended up getting a lot of lazy specky ports. So a lot of the catalogue for the CPC range you'll see are just really lazy, quick, dirty specky ports. Whereas when people did it right, like that Donkey Kong, which came out in 1986, is like one of the best home versions of Donkey Kong.
That looked great.
And that came out back in the day, so it's capable of doing good stuff. It just didn't get a chance to shine, really, unfortunately. So
yeah, that port of Pinball Dreams was incredible.
It plays well too. It's real good.
I don't actually think that needs plus hardware to run. I think that will run on standard CPC hardware as well, because I think I've had that running on my Mister. So yeah. So when people know what they're doing, it can really. I mean, as we see with a lot of home machines, but yeah.
Thanks, Pajako. I think I can speak for most of us on the call. We're all going to spend more money now.
Yeah, sorry.
I love it.
If you want floppy disks, I've got them all. So I think no. Interestingly, something I didn't have time to show in the video is one of the things I intended to do, because I've got it. Well, I've got a GoTech drive plugged into it. I had to buy a special cable because, thanks Amstrad, they use a Centronics connector on the back. So yeah, like why use standards? Yeah, why use standards, Alan? It's like. So I got that, but apparently I tried to write to the floppy disk and I couldn't. It kept saying, "Oh, please, disable the write protection, disable the write." And I did some looking up, and the drives have these little tiny 1mm by like 5mm pins in them that basically read whether the write protect is enabled, and it's really easy to lose them. So thankfully, they're exactly the same as the Specky Plus 3 drives because it was all Amstrad. So I've actually got one upstairs I haven't fitted. So at some point, I'm going to copy some games back to some original floppy so I can play properly. And then this week, again, because I ran out of time, I've been building. Oh, sorry, camera's over there. These are I've got to flash the EEPROMs, but these are EEPROM cartridges, so I can basically put all 16 games that were. Well, I think it was 20, but all 20 games on a couple of cartridges, and then I can actually run the cartridge games that came out for the machine originally on this, and hopefully get that Ghosts and Goblins working as well. So
yeah, that looked great.
I mean, you have to dig around. I've got the preview build that they released a couple of years ago because it's been in development for like 3 or 4 years, but it seems to be you can't find the download link, so I had to use Wayback Machine to dig it up. So if anyone wants that, if you use WinApe, which is the Windows emulator, or WinApe for Amstrad, it emulates the Plus hardware, but currently the Mister doesn't support the Plus hardware, which is one of the reasons I wanted to get this actual machine as well. So
very good, man.
It's a very nice looking machine, to be quite honest.
Yeah, it is.
It is, yeah. Just too late in the day and too expensive, to be honest with you. So.
How many times have we heard that before?
What year did that come out again, Paul?
Was that?
What year did it come out again?
1990, apparently. So 3 years after the Amiga. So it was like similar. Okay, the price that you would have paid
like the 400 odd pounds, you got the monitor with it, whereas for 400 you wouldn't have got a monitor with the Amiga. But you know, you're in 1990, you've got £400-500 to spend on a computer. You're not buying an Amstrad machine. You're going to buy an Amiga or an ST or, you know, a 16-bit thing at that point. So,
very good.
Why would you waste money on an?
Yeah.
They're awesome. That's why. Listen, me and Brent played some. We played some Amstrad homebrew a couple years ago on ARG, and man, you talk about stunned. I couldn't believe how good it was, man. I mean, I was blown away. And I don't just mean like it was kind of fun or whatever. I mean, like the graphics were good. It was artistic. It had great music. I was like, holy smokes! I've been misinformed about these Amstrads, man.
Yeah. Yeah, and Lord Soup, I know he's not on the stream tonight, but he gave me a curated, because he's a massive CPC fan, he grew up with it, and he supplied me with a sort of curated library of games that are like the best ones he likes to play. And some of them are not like graphically great, but they're a lot of fun. So I'm sure he won't mind me sharing that with people if anyone wants that small library of games that he's kind of handpicked. But
he knows his stuff, old Soup.
He does. He does, yeah, very much. So.
Very good. Outstanding work there. Good video. Outstanding stuff, man. Again, you've missed your calling. You need to be churning this stuff out at a record pace.
Yeah, unfortunately, bills and mortgage to pay and boring job to do.
Well,
yeah, I'd love to.
I can understand that. Listen, speaking of outstanding presentations, I don't want to overhype this next featured presenter, but it's going to be bigger than 10 Super Bowls. Please, I mean, you know if it's good, if it was rendering during the show. You know it's going to be the best thing you ever saw. It's taken weeks and months to get it ready, and he just got it into the wire. Let's see what our good buddy Petzel's up to. Petzel, the floor is yours, my friend.
Well, I just shot it this morning, so I don't know if it's... No, not everybody has a local computer club that they get to attend, and so I thought, well, I'll show our local computer club in Indianapolis, Indiana. We call it the Indy Vintage Computer Club, and I've got a 6-minute video just from today, and some people in the club talking about the club and what we do.
You can commentate.
And I'll just keep the mic open.
All right.
We had like 20 people at the first meeting, which was incredible. It's hard to believe that was 7 years ago. December will be our 7th anniversary. You know, I just wanted to have the ability to get together with other people that like this hobby, and just thought I'd rent a room, and found one at the local library and contacted people in this area, and we started the club. We get typically anywhere from 6 to 10 people show up each month. You know, a lot of it, we do a lot of hardware repairs, a lot of troubleshooting things. We have had various themes. We have fixed or upgraded a lot of machines in that 7 years.
So C1 and C2 both should have 5 volts across them.
For a long time, it was being able to spend one Saturday every month just focusing on the hobby, because it was so hard to find time, you know, otherwise. So for me, that's the great thing, getting together with people, spending time on the hobby, kind of being forced to spend time on the hobby, otherwise you could go months without spending any time on it. For me, that's the best thing.
I brought a Commodore Plus 4 that I just recently picked up off a Shop Goodwill auction. We unboxed it here, and right now it's in a dead condition, so we're trying to diagnose that and troubleshoot that, see if we can get it at least doing something more than that. We can't even get to the point where we can test to see whether or not, you know, the TED's still alive, or if anything else is wrong with the machine right now.
That'd be right there. This guy over here.
Sometimes it's not very hard. My Apple IIe that has the Vid HD and the
Sometimes it's really obvious.
CFFA 3000. I like to play around with that. I've brought in TIs. Bring in the Aquarius quite a few times. I like some hardware expansions for that. Several Commodores, several different Apples. And the biggest thing was a TRS-80 Model 3 that in the club meeting we got to produce the magic smoke.
Yeah.
With the wreath cap.
We'll get this one now that we have a nice hot.
I think I heard about it really early, and I started coming right away. And back then, I would bring my TRS-80 Model 1 and or a M2E or something like that. I owned a whole bunch of every 1970 to 80 or early 80s computers. And I would come here, we could look at them and show them off, and people could show me software that would run on them, and it was just a great time. I just enjoyed sharing everything I've learned and my memories. I like meeting my old friends and seeing the various equipment that people have brought. Today we have someone building a Commodore PET back from parts, and that's pretty cool.
So it goes through all kinds of weird little test patterns and eventually ends up at this thing where it wants to test the keyboard. Watch this. Come on, you can do it. Up, down, left, right, fire. We're not doing that. Here we go. Watch this. And there it is. Oh, wow. That's good. Both up is 80. Okay, that makes sense.
Well, basically what I was trying to do was I was gifted a Commodore PET 8032 and was wanting to get it working. It was a barn find with probably 23 others and did nothing. So I wanted to clean it up, give some funds to the club for the next meeting that we're, or the next expo we're going to have.
I'm just we're just on a video call right now with
got at least
the other guys from like West Virginia and stuff.
Or so we can't see what we're doing, so it's going to go back home and I'm going to play with that and get that working. Probably needs a flyback transformer. Now, if you get Jiffy DOS on, do you have Jiffy DOS on?
No, not yet.
The meetings, you know, we'll bring stuff, we'll work on stuff, we'll, you know, set up computers and play games. But the expo, I'm also into stand-up arcade games. So I brought arcade games to the expo, and I'm not terribly good at arcade games, but I find that watching other people enjoy my games brings me a lot of enjoyment, if you will.
Well, if you want, I'll get the soldering iron, get it warmed up. We'll set this guy to the side. If you want to pull that.
Last year, 2022, or I'm sorry, 2023, was our first show, and fairly small. We just had a couple rooms, but we had pretty good turnout. It turns out there are a lot of vintage computer and vintage gaming aficionados in the Indianapolis area, and you know, I thought we had a real good turnout for our first show. Today I brought some of my Commodore machines. So I brought a Commodore 128D, I brought SX64, and I brought 1571 drive. They all need Jiffy DOS installed. I've had those as projects for a long time, so I thought I'd bring those in while Weege is here, our Commodore expert, and try to get Jiffy DOS installed in all those machines.
And that's it.
Jiffy DOS, eh? I hear that's pretty good.
Yeah, I think he got it going a little bit, but well, yeah, we confirmed that it was in the drive by using the opening a channel. And again, Lige is he didn't. I wasn't able to interview him. I had to actually get back here to edit, so I didn't get a chance to talk to him. But he's, like Randy said, the Commodore expert, and knows all those commands that we all forgot many years ago.
And look, a lot of people aren't lucky enough to have a club like that. There's some prominent guys in that. I saw the Antic slash. I saw, what's the fella's name that he's got his own. He's got a couple of shows.
Right, Randy.
Randy with Floppy Days and
yeah,
Antic.
Floppy Days. I used to listen to that in Antic. that he's a pretty big player, man, to have down there. I like the fact you had video games down there. That Tempest game, whoever owns that, those things are no easy feat to take care of.
Yeah, exactly. We were talking about that, and our show that we're doing in Indianapolis yearly now, the Indy Classic. I'm wearing the shirt. This will be our second one next year in 2024. He was talking about that might be the only show he goes to, and he used to go to a bunch of shows. I kind of cut that out of the interview to keep it short, but he used to go all around with his arcades and. Move them around. They'd break. He'd have to fix them on the spot. It was a big problem for him.
I can understand that. That's a big problem for anyone that does that sort of thing. That looks like it. And how many people did they end up drawing at this thing?
So today we had 6. We've had 15. A little more than that. We've had people walk in that are in college. And I won't say how old the oldest one is, but they're all age groups. Most of them are 50s and in that age group. But and so if anyone wants to go, it's open to anybody. It's at the Lebanon, Indiana Public Library. We meet almost every second Saturday of the month. Now, this was an exception because the second Saturday this year is VCF Midwest, which is a big show in our area. So, it's 9 a.m. on Saturday, second Saturday of the month. They kick us out at 2, so it doesn't go any later than 2. Anybody who wants to show up is welcome to come. Bring something if you want to, and you don't have to if you don't want to.
Do you have the dates for the 2024 Indy Classic yet?
I do. So indyclassic.org is our website. Right now, I've just got the dates updated after the show started, after the stream started. Saturday and Sunday, April 13th and 14th of 2024. And we'll be setting up on the Friday. We get access on Friday, so if you want to come and bring something, there's a charge for attendance. There's a charge for tables because this hotel ain't cheap. But yeah, we'll get access on Friday, and then the show should be Saturday and Sunday. And we're still in the planning phases, but we have got that locked in at this point.
Very good. That looked great, man. You can't beat the little local computer club. It's always nice. And again, when you've got guys that are that dedicated to be loafing that stuff around, that's pretty cool. And if you've got a good venue, that's even super cool. I'm assuming you go there every time they have it, right? You don't miss.
Yes, the Lebanon Library works with us gladly. They have several rooms, so that's kind of become our room, what they call the medium-sized room that we were in there. It's been a great place, and they're happy to have us. And it's interesting because people will come in the library and go, what are you doing? That computers, those are old computers. Older guys, older people would see that. But yeah, it's very interesting to be at the library and people see through the windows, what we're doing, and sometimes they pop their heads in.
I love it. Listen, anyone that's in town during this, you should go to this thing. If for any reason you can meet the man, the myth, the legend that is Petzel, and maybe does your wife come to these pets?
No.
I didn't think so. Well, I tried. I thought maybe you should meet her too. Nice work. By the way, nice hot fix, Petzel, on the audio. You've done it again, my friend. Outstanding work. Speaking of outstanding work, I don't want to put a sucker over, right? But if you need some outstanding work done by a man with an outstanding beard, there's only one place to go, and that's our buddy Frank at Retro Rewind. Let's see what Frank's up to today. Oh, Frank.
Hello, internet world. We're preparing for one of our annual events, World of Retro Computers. But before I get into that, when I was on the disaster stream, I don't know, 4 weeks ago, whatever it was, there was some appetite from people for a video of. I did that. I think Aaron's got it queued up.
I sure do. Would you like me to play that now, Frank?
I'll just keep filibustering. Yeah, why don't we just play it and then I can kind of talk about it afterwards.
All right, let's give this another whirl here. We're 1 for 1.
Roll VT.
Yes, sir. Here we go, everybody. Frank's video.
Now you may be asking, why are we starting with a stencil taped down onto my workbench? Well, I could have used this, which is currently set up for our neat PLA and allows for easy repeatability of spreading solder paste. Or I could have pulled this massive behemoth out, which I can't even fit into the frame fully. But seeing as we're only making 2 parts for this video, I went the old-fashioned way of taping a bunch of old PCBs down to build a frame around the part, laying the stencil on top so that we can evenly spread solder paste across all the holes. The key here is to make sure that the stencil lays nice and flat against the parts, and sometimes you need to place some blue tape underneath the parts as a shim to bring them up. You want to make sure that those parts are locked in nice and tight. You don't want any movement, because if you get any, your solder paste will be off, you'll end up with bridges, and you need to rework the parts. This is almost as satisfying as removing the plastic film off screens. Once we got all the solder paste on, we move over to our pick-and-place machine. So the machine is currently looking at what are called fiducials on the PCB, and that's how it lines itself up. The unit's got 2 cameras, it's got one in the head and one in the base where that white ring light is, and it will use those cameras to help it align the parts, find the parts in the feeders, and make sure that they are in the proper orientation. Currently, we keep the most used parts, like 100 nanofarad capacitors and 10K resistors in the auto feeders, and the other parts in the trays. You can see the software uses the camera to make sure that there's a part in the actual tape, picks the part up, and then uses the lower camera to make sure that it is in proper alignment before it pushes it down onto the PCB. These auto feeders make life quite easy, as we usually buy spools of common parts in 5 or 10,000 quantities. The spool sits on the auto feeder, and the auto feeder will just advance it one spot for the heads to pick it up. All right, let's speed this process up. This specific PNP has a auto tool changer. As you can see, the heads are there on the left of your screen. In order to pick up the larger MCU, it needs a nozzle with at least a 1.2 millimeter diameter hole in order for the vacuum to form a good seal around the part. Once the machine changes tools, it will auto-calibrate the tool head's depth, which is what it's doing now, and then it will bring the tool head over to the bottom light to make sure that it is dead center, essentially to accommodate for any run out on the nozzle. Then it will continue to pick up parts and push them onto the PCB.
Once we are done, we will take the parts out, move them over to our automated optical inspection station, into the oven, and ready for final assembly. But that'll be available in part 2.
Outstanding.
I can't believe how monotone I sound. I sounded like I was like reading the weather for a while.
I thought that was dandy. You know, that takes me back to my old days at IBM, seeing those placements, man.
I'm experiencing technical. Here we go.
Outstanding stuff there, Frank.
Any questions? Anyone got any questions?
Yeah. Silly question. So is the solder paste? Oh, hang on. Is the solder paste like sticky enough to hold the components? Because obviously you've got these tiny little SMD resistors. So, okay, cool.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So you get about it's about 0.35 of a millimeter through those stencils, and that's how much it kind of lays on, and that's enough. I mean, there's rosin in it. There's a whole bunch of stuff in it, and it will hold it. I mean, the machine really does press them into the paste. So
cool.
Makes life a lot easier.
Yeah, I've tried hand soldering SMD resistors, and it never goes well. They're floating around all over the shop. You know, it's like.
Yeah, it's best to use a really tacky flux if you want to do that. Like really tacky, like a 63. Chip Quick makes, I think it's like 6351 or something like that. I've got it over there on the bench, and you just kind of lay it, and it's like super sticky. Like if you get it on your hands, it takes quite a while to get it off. You got to like really rub it.
Cool. I'll get some of that then. That'll be good.
Go ahead, Curtis. I saw you raise your hand.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I can definitely see why you want to convince Darren to allow the CoCo STC to not be hands.
Yeah, it makes life a lot easier. Yeah. So that is one of the most, I think Kung Fu Flash has 49 components on it. So generally I set the machine up with, like we get them in plates, 8 at a time. So we can do 8 at once, and it takes, I don't know, about maybe 20 minutes to do 8 at once. So it makes life a lot easier. Yeah, and if I can get an SMD version of the SDC,
I will mention Darren just joined our Discord yesterday, so you might be able to approach him directly along with the rest of us. We're trying to track down that firmware problem right now. So
yeah,
I
noticed that.
Frank, Super Tech Boy asked in the chat, do you run that thing 24/7 if you needed to? I mean, could you run it that hard if you needed to?
Yeah. If I needed to, yeah. I mean, I don't, but if need be, yeah. I mean, it could. I mean, it usually runs 6 to 8 hours without issue. I mean, between runs, I got to change the plates and sometimes replenish the supplies. But the software will let me know. Believe it or not, it actually texts me and tells me, hey, I'm out of this. Come feed me.
Another question for the chat is, what's the biggest size board you could put in that device?
So I can add another build plate to that device. So the biggest size board is probably like the size of maybe an Amiga 500 motherboard. Is probably the biggest thing I can put in there.
Oh, wow.
That might be pushing it. But in that area.
That entire setup, now stop me if I'm wrong here, Frank, but I know, I mean, back in the day when I was romping and stomping in manufacturing, there was no smaller manufacturers in the States. There weren't too many of those romping around. I mean, probably none of that type. But I mean, those are the kind of thing that that sort of small scale production is sort of, I mean, with that sort of technical ability, is sort of relatively new to the States and Canada in the past, 10 years or so. I mean, that's not something you could have gotten any further than that, could you?
Not desktop units like that. I mean, you can get like big, like Philips made one, and there's a few Japanese companies that make like massive industrial size ones.
Yeah.
For the desktop, I'd say maybe not even 10 years, maybe in the past 5 or 6 years, they've come down. They've come down dramatically in price.
Yeah, I'd heard of.
It makes life a lot easier.
I'd seen video and stuff of Chinese and overseas manufacturers that had that sort of smaller scale stuff. Not a lot of them, but coming from where I was at, where we had the big radial machine and the big placement machines and stuff, and it's just sort of the real small down version in a lot of ways. It's kind of neat to think that something like that could come home, and it could, or to the right person. It's obviously got a manufacturing to do, but it is. I told you.
Yeah. Now, I mean, they've come down in price relatively because that unit, I think, fully kitted out with those units are probably in the $8,000 range.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
With everything on it. But I mean, you can get really, really small ones that can do kind of one-offs with no automatic feeders for $3,000.
Yeah,
right?
But that's a sizable investment. No, not some guy just feels like fooling around his basement is going to go grab one of these things. I mean, this is where you have to invest some serious cash.
Not, yeah.
Now, while we've got you in here, Frank, if you're so inclined, how's everything up at RetroRewind.com or RetroRewind.ca these days? And also, is there anything on the horizon? I sort of touched on this with you during the disaster stream, but for the people that didn't catch that, why don't you fill everybody in on what you're up to up there?
We're just kind of knocking stuff out. To be honest with you, we got another repair log. We've probably got 8 weeks worth of work ahead of us in repairs. But we are working towards our one of our big shows that we do up here, along with the World of Commodore, which is the World of Retro Computing, which is coming up not this weekend, this coming weekend, but the following one, 16 and 17. Last year, you know what? Actually, I can show you. Last year, this is kind of some of the displays we had. It was in a fantastic location. It was in a barn. Well, that was me quite a while ago with really long hair. And we have it was a fantastic venue. I was telling Aaron a bit earlier, the problem was it was like 33 Celsius that day, and being in a barn that's open air with all those machines running, you got sweaty. You got sweaty really, really fast. This year we've got Bill Hurd coming, Dave Haney, Jerry Ellsworth. It's going to be a fantastic time, and if you're anywhere near the area, or if you want to travel, join us. 2 days of fun, much like Boat Fest. It's a whole bunch of people. There's tons of machines to play with. This year we're going to have a LAN party. It's in an old department store, so we've got all this space, tons and tons of space. So we're going to have LAN parties, specifically with 8 and 16-bit machines. So we got a bit of a surprise to pull that off. There's vendors' rooms, there's displays, exhibitors. Just a good time. Really is just a good time. And if you're anywhere in the area, please, free to come in. We've made sure to pony up the money to make sure that nobody has to pay to come in. If you're nearby, join us.
Yeah, it looks great. You can't get a better panel of guests there. Those are all top-shelf guests that are coming up there. Plus, the old department store, you guys get some live-action Keystone Capers going. The old Activision game.
I think it's going to be fun.
You can put the stripes on, Frank, and let somebody chase you around. That sounds great.
And then we also have our corner store show, which is the World of Commodore. First weekend of December in the Toronto area. That's kind of the bigger one, close to 1,000 people we get through there over 2 days. So that's a bit chaotic. Some special guests are coming to that one. No solid confirmations yet, so I'm not going to kind of announce anything, but Bill and Dave, I think for sure, and a few other surprises that we've got up our sleeves.
Hey, it helps if you're connected, right? You can get a lot of the people to come to these things, especially something that huge. World of Commodore is a big deal up there. So that should be a heck of a show. Sounds good,
man. Yeah,
it's
been going on since 1983.
Do you ever stop? You just came back from being gone, and it seems like you're traveling a lot. Plus, you're doing all this work. How do you keep it going up there, man?
With things like ICC, I was telling Aaron before the show started, I'm kind of thankful for these very long shows because I get to actually sit back and listen and enjoy myself instead of hunched over a bench with most of the stuff playing in the background while I'm working. Every now and then jumping in the chat to answer a question or annoy people like I normally do. But these type of events are fantastic because I actually get an opportunity to interact with people and not have a soldering iron in my hand or a microscope buried in my face.
Yeah, the good thing is, in between guests, you can run in the back with a whip and smack Scumboy upside the head, tell him to get busy. Since Jason's in here, we know he's not back there.
No, but he will be. Jason will be here for the World of Commodore.
There you, of course.
Which would be fantastic.
That's dandy.
The more people, the better.
What do you think they're going to draw for that thing, Frank? Any thoughts on that?
Well, we had 400 plus last year.
Oh, wow.
And we only did it for one day for 5 hours.
Very good. Wow. So, yeah, I'd say you're going to do much better.
We're going to do it 2 days. And it's like right in the heart of downtown. It's in Kitchener, which, I mean, Kitchener's essentially Silicon Valley of Canada. I mean, University of Waterloo, which is, I think, after MIT, the best North American computer science school. It's like the central home of BlackBerry. That's where it was devised and created. So it's a fairly large town. It's about 250,000 people. And we're doing it right in the heart of downtown. Which I think is going to be fantastic.
Beautiful. It sounds great. And Frank, just for the record, if people want to check out your wares and your services, where can they go? The one place they can go.
I'm glad you said that. RetroRewind.ca.
I've heard of it. Frank. I've heard it's a pretty good outfit.
We sponsor one or two people out there. So,
yeah, there you go. Thank you, Frank. Educational. I really enjoyed that video, by the way. I think a lot of people don't get to see behind the scenes for stuff like that. It's a real eye opener when they get to see it go down. So I'm looking forward to
the next
part 2.
video will show off an automated optical inspection system, which is one that I've written, and I'm still kind of working out one little bug in it right now. So the idea is once the part comes off, it'll go through a camera process using something called OpenCV. Which is a computer vision algorithm. It'll look at the PCB after it comes off the pick and place machine, inspect all the parts and make sure they're proper, not missing, not misaligned, give it a green check mark, and then it gets pushed into the oven, which I've almost got the video fully edited. So I'm hoping by the end of the week we'll have the second part out.
Outstanding. Great job on that, man. I really enjoyed that. Well, let's keep the ball rolling. When earlier our good buddy Petzel was talking about his computer club, and I know another man who's been desperately trying to get one of these things started amongst his many other activities. So we're to go over to him right now. It's our good buddy from Commodore Chronicles. It's our good friend Adam. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on? So yeah, I've been working on putting together a local show in Southeast Michigan for way too long. And every time I get right to that spot, something incredibly stupid happens. Like on Tuesday, I've got a $6,000 bill for some plumbing coming up. So yeah, so it keeps getting pushed back. However, I will have a final Tuesday idea of the exact date. So I'm thinking it's going to be October 28th between noon and 4 o'clock. So that's a Saturday. It's going to be at the Waterford Public Library, and I can show we do have a website, and we've got that. It's SE Michigan vcc.blogspot.com.
I like the logo.
Yeah. You could thank Midwinter for that. so anyways, what else we have going on is hang on, I'm trying to switch some windows here. Okay. Is a local listener of the show is planning on moving out of state, and he didn't want to take all the stuff that he has accrued over the years with him. He's moved, I think, 5 times in the last 20 years. His name is Chris, and so he donated an entire lot of stuff to basically the show. It's not my stuff, even though I get to keep some of it, and I've got a bunch of that stuff to show off right now. And it is a massive lot of Commodore stuff. So I'm going to start with I would say the thing that I've kind of wanted to dabble with the most. I probably won't keep it. I know Petzel was looking at this, so we're going to start with a 128 in the box. Inside the box, though, it is it's rather yellowed. So I'm going to work on cleaning up the case and the keys. I haven't tested it yet because I would like to get an aftermarket power supply. It came with an aftermarket power supply, but it's about 25 years old. I tested the 2 stock 64 ones that came with, and they were overvolting on both the 9-volt and the 5-volt pins without load. But the 5-volt pins were testing like 9.8 volts. So we're not using those. So I need to get new power supplies. All of my normal Commodore stuff went to another listener of the show, Jesse. So he's got my real Commodore 64, and my everyday is a Ultimate 64 equipped. So like I said, I'm going to mess with this a little bit, and then I think Petzel was looking to pick that up for his some of his efforts. We got some more, lots more.
I mean, if you want to have a bidding war, I don't want to end up with the low ball price.
What I'm not going to do, and what I told the guy I'm not going to do, is I'm not going to go crazy on this stuff. So he's going to get some of the profit, I'm going to get some of the profit, and I get to keep some of this stuff. So I've never owned a 1571. It's in the box. It's clean. It functions. So I'm excited. This is something I've wanted for quite some time. And part of the deal is there's like 350 discs. And I'm going to catalog them all for him. He spent lots of time on BBSs. Matter of fact, I don't have it in the house right now. But he's got a C64 that he integrated a 1200 baud modem into the case, cut a hole out so you could put the phone line in, had the power switch for it, and the LED indicator on it right on the back of the case.
That is wacky right there. That's a wacky one.
And stuffed it in there with the cardboard, pseudo cardboard shielding. It was pretty awful. So like I said, 1571 in the box.
That guy sounds like my kind of tech, a sketchy one.
Yes. And of course, the 1541, I've had plenty of these and they've all died on me. So there's 3 of them in this lot. So this is the cleanest one, and it's pretty solid. It's pretty clean. So I'm trying to go as quick as possible.
Upper body workout.
Yeah, here comes the...
Oh yeah, that'll do it.
A 1902 monitor, and it works. And so I thought if there was anybody who was proceeding after me, I'm going to spend some time trying to get this thing fired up behind us. I'm going to pull out my my Ultimate and see if I can't get this to work. So we'll do that.
Those monitors are tank-like. I used to have one of those, and I thought they were a real solid monitor.
Yeah, this thing's like 35 pounds. So, but everything that's in this box behind me, I'll pull out a few of them. Incredible stuff. So this guy's going to make some money. Part of the reason why he donated was because I'm going to make some money for the Southeast Michigan Vintage Computer Club, which is in Waterford, Michigan, at the Waterford Public Library. One more thing. And this is one box of 3 boxes of software. A lot of it's all just copied stuff. But this box right here is full of like expensive goodies. So I thought at first we would go with a 1764 RAM expansion. Pretty darn rare in these parts, and I've never seen one in Michigan. So
pretty rare in any part.
Yeah. So
I've never seen one.
Yeah, this is probably a what, Frank? $150, $200 itself.
US, yeah. So that's like $750 Canadian.
Yeah. This is a animation station, pen pad, and it also came with music construction set in the box. So and it says right on here that I think it says touch tablet optional. So this works as the touch tablet for music construction set. And then earlier in chat, you were talking Zork. We've got Zork in box.
Oh, wow. That's an original release of Zork right there?
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
There's Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh,
I mean, they both of them had the books in them. This one has this one actually has the plastic cover. These are almost always missing.
Wow.
At least when I found them. Defender of the Crown. War of Middle Earth. This isn't the best game ever, but it's an interesting piece of history. You know, it's Tolkien stuff. So not only is it GEOS, the box is for GEOS 1.2. There's also all of the discs for 1.3 and 2.0 in here too. So, and all of the extra discs for the extra programs for GEOS, which is a good thing to go with the 128, and also to go with the 64 with the RAM expansion. This one I thought was interesting is the Epix Basic Toolkit, Programmer's Toolkit. This actually commands about $60 or $70 online.
I've never even heard of that. I didn't know that existed. Who'd have thunk it?
I didn't either. This is the first time ever seen it myself. And we have the Haley Project. This one's kind of a weird one. Again, really interesting format, how it's all put together. So this one has cassette and also on disc, and it's got all the documentation on the inside. And unfortunately, it is open. I mean, who's not going to open this anyways? But yeah, I thought this was pretty cool.
I think there was an Amiga version of that, wasn't there? But if I'm not mistaken, the Haley Project.
You'll have to ask an Amiga expert. I am, even though I'm the Commodore Chronicles.
Am I crazy? I think maybe that got covered on the Amiga show, if I'm not mistaken. I could be insane. Boat, I don't think it's in here.
There was an Amiga port of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Got Omega from Origin Systems. Advanced Dungeons. I used to have a copy of this, but this is Pool Radiance. Cool game.
I pretended to be sick many days in elementary school to finish that game.
Yeah. This was also known as Project Stealth Fighter, F-19 Stealth Fighter. Very cool game. I would say probably the best flight simulator on the C64, if you could say that exists. And then it's really weird. There's a bunch of loose discs in here, and stuff I'll be hanging on to. Like Skate or Die is one of my favorite C64 games. There's a copy of Skate or Die in there with the manual. But it was almost like the guy was channeling my innermost favorite stuff. I am an avid fan of Maniac Mansion, but my all-time favorite game of all time is Day of the Tentacle.
Oh.
And there was one PC game in there, and it was Day of the Tentacle. So
hey, that is probably worth
some
money right
Those
there.
ain't cheap.
Yeah, this ain't cheap. But that's gonna go up on my wall right here. So other than that, like I said, there's a ton of manual and other stuff. I was teased. I've really wanted a 1351 mouse, and I found the manual for it, but I can't find the mouse and the stuff. So 1764 manual, Q*bert's in there, Sublogic, Flight Simulator. If anybody heard on the last episode of the podcast, I absolutely took a dump on Double Dragon because it is quite possibly one of the worst conversions of an arcade game ever.
Horrible in the C64.
Yep.
Worse than the Amiga?
Yes, it
the
is
Amiga
worse.
version is better. Yes.
Wow. Yeah, and that's saying something, Pajako.
Yeah.
The Amiga version is better.
Yep. Starflight, excellent game. I didn't know that Dandy, the predecessor to Gauntlet, came out on the C64. I thought that was only an Atari game. Three Stooges, Winter Games, Summer Games, Archon.
Archon, damn it.
Yeah, Archon.
Only Aaron's allowed to get away with mispronouncing words. You better say in line.
Wait, why is it not Archon? Because, okay, whatever. Skater
It's
Die.
the same reason why it's Karatika.
Okay. Test Drive Tool, the Duel. And finally, there's actually 2 copies of Might and Magic. The first one's the label came off, but yeah, there's 2 C64s, one in the box out there. There's another 1541 out in the garage. There's another one in the box. And like I said, there's about 300 stuff, about 350 discs out there. That he had BBS stuff. He had online conversations with friends that he wants to catalog. That'll be all in there. So that's part of what I'm going to provide him. So that is what's going on in my life. Added to all of the other stuff I chose to work on. And I've got an Atari 8-bit computer that I'm working on. I got a Sony Trinitron that I'm going to recap. I've got Boat's old XT that needs some tantalum capacitors. And just a lot of stuff to work on and not a lot of time to do it in. So
Adam, let me ask you something. Am I understanding this correctly? That was a donation and your idea is to sell it all?
So he offered to just give it to me.
Right.
And I said, no way. This is like, if I were to take everything together, it's probably between $1,500 to $2,000 worth of stuff. And I said, there's no way. I said, for one thing, I can't keep all this stuff. I don't have room to keep all this stuff, even though I would love a 128 setup. The only thing I want to keep is that 1902 monitor. I want to keep either, if the 1541 works, I'll just keep a 1541 because it matches my bread bin. If not, the 1571 goes. But what I was stating for him was, like, why don't we do like a 60-40? Why don't we do like a 70-30 thing where you give a portion to the show? It'll all go into the show. It'll all go into either Commodore Chronicles stuff, which isn't really all that much. But I think the main part of it, and it was part of his thing too, was to say, hey, this is kind of a donation for the Southeast Michigan Vintage Computer Festival or Computer Club. So, yeah, he basically gave it all, but I told him there was no way that I'm going to send him money regardless. I just don't have that kind of cash on me.
Now, just for fun.
Well, listen. As someone who's been part of a users group for many, many years, I know how hard trying to pull one off is. So why don't we chat offline, and I being Retro Rewind, will donate $500 to you to help get the.
That's
the
awesome.
Off and running. How does that sound?
That's awesome. Thank you so much,
and
Frank.
maybe we can chat about that RAM expansion because I'd like to buy that too.
Okay.
Adam, I was going to ask you if people that were watching were interested in trying to work on buying some of this stuff, is there an easy way people can reach you?
So, you can always reach me at Commodore Chronicles at gmail.com. I'm also on Twitter and Facebook as Commodore Chronicles. There's a Commodore Chronicles Discord server that can be got to by going to linktr.ee/C64 Chronicles. But my goal is to build basically like a Google spreadsheet and then share that amongst the ether, and then let people decide, what they're interested in. So I haven't cataloged all this stuff yet. I just got it on Thursday. But I plan to have all that stuff together by like next week. And then some of the stuff will go straight to eBay. There's some stuff that I'm not comfortable giving my friends, like that C64 that has all sorts of holes in the case. None of them have power supplies that I trust. So part of the proceeds for whatever goes first, that'll go towards, I don't even have a Commodore power supply at the moment. So I sold it. I sold my Kevin Autumn one with the Commodore 64 to my buddy Jesse to get him into Commodore. So, and he's been excited about that too. And Frank, he's got one of your Kung Fu Flashes.
Very good. Excellent. Smart man. Good start for that guy.
When are you guys aiming to hold the first meeting?
October 28th from noon to 4.
Not that far a drive for me.
I'll be there.
There you go.
Beautiful. I know Petzel will be there. My buddy Jesse will be there. We've got there's a guy, his name's Al, and he lives local to me. He has got more Commodore stuff. Probably, maybe even could rival you, Frank. He's got an entire attic of his house, of like an 1890s house that is just absolutely riddled. He's bought everything Commodore that I've ever had. I had an Amiga 500 with a SCSI CD-ROM drive and a hard drive extension, and he bought the entire lot from me, and he's fixed all that stuff.
Sounds like my kind of guy.
He is that kind of guy. So I'm excited. Thanks, Frank.
Very good. Hey, I know you've been looking to kick that off for a while, so it sounds like now there's some steam here. I like to see it, man. That's outstanding.
Whatever we can do to help.
By the way, I expect some video from the first meeting so that we can have a look at, so we can see how it goes, Adam. So keep us in the loop, man. And good luck.
I certainly will.
Good luck with all your goodies there. And whoever donated, that's quite a fellow. So thumbs up to him as well. So, as we near the last couple of presentations here, I've got some go-to guys I like to hit towards the end of the streams because they keep it light and fluffy, and they take care of their business. One of my favorite fellows, a man I know for a long time, and I finally get to meet him in person at Boat Fest. It was just dandy. Well, amongst the people I met, we were all great, and I was real pleased to meet this guy. So I'm going to toss the floor over to my good buddy, Graham W. Woebcke. Graham, how are you doing tonight, my friend?
Hopefully the microphone's working now.
We hear you perfectly, and everything's the right way on the screen, so you're golden.
Cool, because it's a totally different setup today. So I'm sort of on the laptop with a mic using the built-in camera, so I don't know how good the quality is, but we'll just have to live with that for now.
It looks good.
Okay, cool. What's going on in my life? Well, 37 days I'm in France, so this is my life at the moment. Trying to learn French.
Can you say a little something for us?
No, not yet. I to be honest, I haven't started. I've got to I know bonjour and all that sort of stuff, but I really have to get that a bit better than just 1, 2, or 3 words.
C'est une langue magnifique, mon ami.
Oh, very good. I know who to hit up. So hopefully this is it says you do 12 15-minute lessons. And it's enough to survive. So I'm hoping that's true. So that's going to be coming up in my life very soon. I have some Apple games that I'm going to show. That some more from the collection that I found in my parents' garage. So these are games that I actually grew up with. Here's a really big box game. It's like Where in Time is Carmen Sandiego.
I love all the Carmen Sandiego games.
I think we played that with Boat, didn't we?
Mm-hmm. So it's got all the discs and whatnot inside, but the feelie that's inside this that I really like is this thing called the Desk Encyclopedia.
Yeah, that's the copy protection.
Yeah.
That's what they ask you. That page 14, word number 6.
Yep. It's actually 1,300 pages. It's a pretty thick copy protection mechanism.
You're not going to copy that on your mom's Xerox machine at work, that's for sure.
It's quite hefty as well, but some of the information is all right too. I remember as a child I used to look up some of the things in here, just for general knowledge and whatnot. So that's one of the boxes. Here's another two. Questron, which is a role-playing game. You can see the back of it. The reflection isn't too bad. So I guess it's like an Ultima type game, that one. And this one was shown before by Adam. This is the Apple version, so
it's a classic.
Yeah, I think it came on virtually every 8-bit platform. Maybe not the ZX Spectrum, but most of them anyway. I think that even made it to the Amiga, didn't it? Here's another game that I used to play. Yeah, this was it's just a real-time, sorry, not a real-time, turn-based strategy game, kind of based on the 4X or X4 or whatever you call it map layout. It wasn't too bad. That was one of my first exposures to that type of game. Right, that's all of the games that I've bought to show. Now, for those that went to Boat Fest and met me, you probably know that I bought this beast.
Oh yeah,
at the auction, which works. So Flack will be pleased to know that.
He's in here right now, so I'm sure he's happy.
So I had to replace the power supply though because it didn't like my 240 volts. So it went to power supply heaven, shall we call it? So I bought another one, and along with that, I bought this.
A wise choice.
I've just got one of those myself a couple of weeks ago.
Did you?
Yeah. Well, the guy that invented it all did a talk at RMC Cave, so he had a couple. So yeah.
Yeah, I saw that video. Actually, it was on YouTube. Actually, I think you were asking some of the questions there.
Yeah, yeah.
I think Mitsu was there as well. Or someone that looked like him anyway.
Yeah.
So when I bought this, which is in here, which I'll pull out. I also got some capacitors because I don't know if Rob replaced the capacitors at all in the time that he had this CD32, but I bought them just in case he didn't.
I bet he didn't. Did you change them out, Rob? I'm asking in the chat here.
Yeah, something else that I bought for the CD32 is from TrueMouse.com, and I don't know if you guys have heard of this before. But you plug this into the port, and on this side it's got the USB.
Oh, yeah.
And what's special about this is that it actually works with the Logitech dongles, so you can have a wireless mouse connection to it.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I've heard that actually works with the new tank mouse too.
okay. I'm still waiting for my keyboard adapter thing to come from Poland. Polish post is very slow, I'm guessing. So that should be here, hopefully before I leave to go to France. But anyway, so here's the terrible fire. So that's the, actually, you've got the, no, this way, so you can read the board. There we go. So this is the third version of it. And it's got the 68030 on there as well. And it's on a Kipper riser. It doesn't have the PS2 keyboard connector thing here and the chip for it, but that doesn't bother me. And then I've got the IDE CF card thing plugged in, ready to go. So that's going to be the next thing to go down with that CD32. And what's interesting is that I'm finding that the machines that didn't do so well at the time of launch, like the CD32, like the Amstrad that Paul showed before, and some other machines, they all seem to have all this life being given back to them now with all these extra add-ons and whatnot, and they are actually turning out to be, you know, potentially the ultimate way to you know, to use an Amiga, to use an Amstrad, etc. You know, so I find that utterly fascinating that the most popular machines are the ones that are falling by the wayside a little bit. Yeah. That's really all I've got to say this time.
Make sure you get yourself some cake for that CD32 because it's 30 years old this month.
Oh, wow. That
So,
can't
the
be right.
anniversary.
30? That can't be. No, that would make me quite old. So
It would make you quite old, yes.
Live with it, brother. Welcome to my world.
Yeah.
Hey, Graham, I will say that Rob, in fact, confirms he did not recap the C32. So you were good summarization there. That's one to get done as soon as possible, I'd wager.
Sounds like I've got 19 caps to do.
Yeah, it's not the worst.
I would say, having done mine, and I know people feel differently, just go with the snip method to get the caps off. It's so much easier than trying to get those buggers off one at a time. So, yeah.
I concur with that one.
Yeah.
You know, we were just talking in the chat, Graham, that it's dandy, and Flack was on this too. It's dandy to see that that someone that wants one of these retro machines that's going to really take advantage of it gets it. You know, that's one of the good things about that auction. We've all got. I wish I'd taken more advantage of it because I got crap all over the room. I could have sent to a better home. But it's always nice when you send that stuff along and also make a few bucks in the process. Everybody's happy. Works out real well. And the terrible fires really make that an awesome machine.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that I know I said I was minimizing my gear and just, you know, basically having the GameCube and the Mister, but you know, if you followed me on Discord, you probably know that I discovered that I thought I had sold a PS2, but I didn't. So I've kept that as well for now. So I have a little bit more than what I was expecting, but I think the CD32 is going to work out to be a really, really nice machine. For those interested in where I got the replacement power supply from, it's this one here. So what's nice about this is that you just supply your own standard end, you know, whichever country you're from, that goes into the CD32, and then you can read from that on the back there that it does from 100 to 240, so it'll handle all forms of voltages. So I can recommend this particular power supply if you need to replace your aging or failing CD32 power supply if you have one.
okay.
While we've got Frank in here, and I'm going to ask him about this. Really, at this point, and a lot of you guys are experts in this, you should probably think about replacing all your original power supplies pretty soon, shouldn't you, Frank?
I mean, there's no harm in it. Yeah. I mean, most power supplies made pre-92 or 93 aren't switch mode power supplies. And especially didn't have any protection circuitry. When Adam was talking about his 64 power supplies showing 9 volts on the 5-volt rail without load is the perfect example. That's how 7805s fail. And those older power supplies had no circuit protection in them whatsoever. So there's no way of stopping it if it does start to fail upwards. And most power supplies built like pre-92 or 93 are built like that. They're not switch mode power supplies like the one Graham just held up. And there's no protection in them. And that's the problem. I see people like I wouldn't plug any 64 power supply in. I wouldn't even chuck it. It's not even worth it. Because it's probably close to its mean time to failure. So even if it's working for you right now, 10 hours from now, it might not. And then, 9 volts to a 5-volt rail is going to fry everything in its path.
Good advice. Good advice. Well done. Excellent work all around, fellas, on that one. I have a tradition here. It's a personal tradition of mine. I like to finish strong, right? I like to finish real strong. And I've got a closer for the International Computer Club. He's sort of like the center square. He's always there, standing by with some well-thought-out, well-written down thoughts that he's going to unleash on us. He's like the philosopher of retro. I'm going to turn it over to him now. My good buddy, leader of the menagerie out in Arizona. Please welcome our good friend, David Z. What's going on, Dave?
Hey everybody! Man, that's quite the lead, and I a lot of pressure. It's a good group today.
You can handle it, Dave.
I don't have a lot of original content I've created, but I hope you can stay with us for 5-10 minutes here and go through. I want to show some of my. Oh, this is Otis. He thinks I'm talking to him. I got some recent acquisitions in the book market. I received my Vultures to Vampires. I don't know if you guys can see that.
Yeah.
Big fan of it. I don't know if it's everybody's cup of tea, but I can say it's a nice package. It's quality content. I don't know, but quality content.
Is that thing signed, Dave? Is that a signed copy?
So this is actually the Volume 2 version. I thought I had ordered the signed one, but I did not get the signed one, so I probably will order a second.
And what
my other ones?
Who wrote that, Dave? Tell everybody who wrote those.
Oh, that's David John Pleasance and Trevor Dickinson.
That's our good buddy, Mr. Pleasance, everybody.
Yeah. Oh, yours is signed, man. Yeah, I didn't get that. I did not get that. He signed my Inside Story and my Volume 1. I also got picked up this.
Because he was at World of Commodore last year. We brought him down.
Oh yeah, perfect timing. I got this, The Story of Commodore and Pixels. This is from the Fusion Retro Books guys. I don't know if you guys ever see them. I picked up the hardcover.
Do great work. Great work.
It's it's a fantastic book. It's kind of split into 3 parts, right? The first part is, let's say, the story of Commodore, right? And then the middle section, you've got these fantastic scenes from the various games. This one here is Another World. It's got another one here, Body Blows, right? It's got a little section on the games. And then in the back end, it's got like all kinds of stories from developers and people in the scene and stuff like that. It's actually a really good book. I'm really happy with this one. It's not too thick. I can carry it with me, but it's good quality. I picked up both the hardcover and the soft cover of that one.
Yeah, I've got that same one, David. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, those are nice. So I'm going to try doing some sharing here. I have to warn everybody, I didn't do a whole lot of pre-test work, so hopefully we'll see how this goes. Let's see if I can share this. Share your screen. Share my screen. Okay. You'll have to ignore the background because I have to share the whole screen. We'll talk about that later. So recent acquisitions. So yeah, I wanted to really buy this TRS Model 8012. This was fantastic. It had dual 8 drives. He wouldn't sell me that, but he did sell me a couple of 8-inch floppies. So if anybody has a 8-inch floppy drive or a way to read any of these, I'd love to hear from you.
Does
Your
Paco
mom
have
bring some of
something?
those home from work, Aaron?
The discs, not the drive. If
Are those the? Yeah, I can read those for you, Dave.
Yeah, but I mean, read them, but I'm not sure what to do with them because I need
Well,
the.
one of them looked like it was just CPM, which would have just been. Yeah, those are the CPM discs.
Yeah, I'm sure they're kind of available online.
Oh,
right?
I'm
But
sure they are. Yeah.
I feel the need for me now to acquire a machine that can read them.
Oh yeah.
In the Atari 8-bit scene, I picked up a 130 XE. It's a bit of a souped-up 800 XL. One of the things is it does have Chroma Luma natively out of it, so it looks a lot better than the composite on the standard 800. And I'm not. You can do a mod to get it, but I don't have the skills to put that on my 800. Another pick. So I got this for my Commodore 128. It's kind of like the Bodega Bay of the Commodore 128, right? The C128 fits underneath it, and 271s fit on top. Now, in theory, you're supposed to be able to put the monitor on top, but this is 40-year-old plastic, and I don't know how I feel about that. So I'm going to get some kind of a shelf system to go over it so I can put the monitor on top.
I've never heard of this in my whole life. Where the heck did you dig this thing up at?
I knew a guy. I found a guy.
You know all kinds of crazy guys, Dave.
Yep.
Donut guys, C128 guys. He's got all sorts of guys.
Yeah, he does.
I got an issue with dogs here. That was the time they got to muck with me. So I've been doing a lot on the 3D printing side of life as well. I ended up having a buddy of mine. He sent me his Prusa with the multi thing, so it prints 5 at once. Man, it's fantastic.
Yeah, the MMU.
Yeah, it prints 5 at once, so you can do crazy prints. I had it working, and now it's not working, so I'm still working on that. So while I was attempting to fix that, I did get me a Prusa. And I do have to say that they are fantastic.
Are they not?
Yes, yeah. I've been doing all kinds of crazy stuff.
Printing new pets, Dave?
Yeah. Just don't tell the other guys; they want to eat them.
Did you get the MK4, the new one, or the MK3?
No, I cannot be. Well, what happened was, so those of you outside the 3D printing world, Prusa had a new version come out, the MK4, right? This is the MK3S Plus, and he's got a new version which is 4, different this and different that. But because everybody's getting them, I was able to get a good deal on the one that I bought because it's the old model, runs fine, it looks beautiful. So yeah, I got this one is the 3, and the one I actually bought is the 3. But they are nice.
We have 4 of them that run all the time. They're fantastic.
They just work. They just work. Yeah, I've got my Creality ones, and I've tweaked and touched them, and they get pretty good, decent stuff. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of the Prusa. Let's see. I think that's all.
After all that everyone else designed theirs based off of.
Yeah, this is another project I got. I got the A2000 EATX board. So I bought this case is insane. It's got these glass walls, and it's way too much case, but that's a project I've currently got going on as well. Lastly, I met a guy on the Facebook yesterday, and I made the CoCo score of the year.
Ooh.
I got a CoCo. These are all boxes of floppies. These are weird things where you slide this thing to the side and the plastic comes out. These are really weird things. Got the printer. I got the keyboard. I'm not sure if is this a replacement keyboard for the CoCo?
Yeah, because the one on the right is the old melty cheap keyboard. So he upgraded the keyboard on that.
Okay, so the one in there is the upgraded. Okay.
Yeah.
I got fantastic. I got
melty one's the good one.
Awesome. I got the external disk
MPI.
drive. It's got 2 discs in there actually. It's really weird setup. I got the modem. I got the koala pad. I got the cover. I love those plastic covers. I got a bunch of cassettes, carts, I should say. Just all kinds of stuff. I was very, very excited. This is my project I'm going to do either later tonight or tomorrow. I haven't even plugged it in yet and done nothing with it.
Is that a modem IB, Dave? I got to ask. Do you recall?
I don't know the answer to that question.
I used to have a modem IB, and it looks just like it. I bet that's what it is.
Yeah. I got horrible zoom. I mean, I could not be lazy and walk in the other room.
No,
and go
that's
see.
okay. Close enough.
No, this is just in the CoCo tradition, like the CoCo auction at CoCo Fest, where the auction takes place in another room.
It also takes 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, the room next to you.
He sent me a bunch of tapes, but I don't get a tape player. So if anybody has a CoCo tape player you're looking to get rid of, definitely get a hold of me.
Although you can use any tape deck if you want. I used to use all kinds of different ones.
Yeah, you can use anything. It's just the audio out and the mic.
Yeah, I mean, Tandy makes a tape deck, but I think it's just a rebadged regular tape deck.
Okay, awesome.
The
So
CR81, yeah.
So yeah, I'm very excited.
You know what you're missing there, Dave, is a CoCo SDC.
Oh no, I'm not, because I bought one from you already, as well as the test diag cart. I
Good
bought
man.
those. Yeah, I bought those, and I love them. I use them all the time.
Nice score,
Yeah,
Dave.
yeah. I did have one of those. That's most of what I got going on. So I'd like to bend your guys' ear another couple more minutes, showing off someone else's work as well. I found a couple of fantastic programs. One for the C64 and one for the Amiga, and both of them strive to do the same thing, and that is get you all the programs. All the programs. So the first for the C64 is this application called Assembly 64. This one is I had never heard of it until a few months ago, so I'm not the best in it, right? But it is the bomb. It one of the most fantastic things it does is it allows you to link in this downloader with the emulator on your machine, so that I'll be able to just play games by looking at them. So the first thing you do is you go in here and you add an archive. And there's all these public collections that he's curated. See if I could pull them in, right? There's all these public collections, and I just added them all. I don't know what half of them are. I fly by the seat of my pants on a lot of this stuff, right? I just whatever. Give me it all. So I added these archives, and it created these subgroups. And you basically just tell it to update and install. And it downloads everything, right? You see how it starts syncing with them. It shouldn't take too long, but I've already got a lot of stuff downloaded. So let's say for C64, I was looking for a game, right? It curates the lists based upon the collection as opposed to the game, right? So it does get hard to find some games, right? But he's got a search button over here. You like a game? I like Defender of the Crown. Spelling. This is fun. So here's Defender.
We've got a teacher in here. He can probably help you with spelling.
So here's a couple of different Defender of the Crown remixes. So when I highlight it, it does a couple of things right here. It shows me kind of the splash screen. It shows me what files it is. So it shows me this is just the SID. So this is just the song, right? I click over here. This is a SID. I don't want a SID. So let's go to here. Defender of the Crown. This one is a D64. If I click on this D64, it now shows me the contents of that D64. And if I just double click on this, it loads it. Well, so that's a crap copy. We'll do it again. We'll go over here. Here's the Firecracks, this version.
Oh, that's nice.
That
is nice.
Can you hear it? Does the audio work?
We're not hearing it, but we're seeing it.
Bummer.
But I mean, that's really cool.
It has all the games.
It's like
you have
FSUAE, but for the 64.
It's got and not only that, there's huge archives of SID music. You can't hear it, but there's archives of. I'm a huge fan of SID. I download and play them all around, and it's got built-in interface to play them right here. Too bad you can't hear that. It sounds fantastic.
That's my fault. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. My fault. I should know how to share. I should have met up with Aaron 2 days ago and did a test.
Nah, it's Discord's fault. Let's blame them.
This I can't. I actually paid this guy. I don't know how much it was. $10 he wanted, whatever. I gave him whatever. It's called Assembly 64. I don't know why I had never heard about this. I just heard about it. I think I might have heard about it on a Flex show. Isn't it where we learn about everything Commodore Flex show?
That's where I learned stuff.
Yeah.
I don't remember ever hearing about this, but I mean, I'm real impressed.
It's got, like I said, everything is listed. Tools, you need a tool. I'm a huge fan of like a lot of times they'll take the games and they'll put them into like
yeah, it's cool to see the variety of different options. Like you have games that have been converted into carts. You see that even with the different cracks, you can kind of go through and play possibly the crack that you played as a kid. I remember playing a bunch of them from EagleSoft. So you can go through and play all the EagleSoft cracks. That's really cool.
That's very cool.
And the way it interfaces with the emulators is the bomb, right? I mean, I love having my old hardware out. My house is ridiculous with old hardware, but it's just something about having the convenience. This way I could test this version works. So I've got the Zoom floppy. Normally what I do is once I got the D64 I'll use my Zoom copy to actually copy it to a physical media. But sometimes some of these cracks don't work. So this gives me a way to. Also, it's a great way to get kind of a lot of the new content coming out. What other people are kind of liking and whatnot. This is fantastic. Assembly 64.
I think that's really cool. What I've discovered after many years of fooling around with emulators and stuff like that is that the game organization and curation is the most important thing. I went through and downloaded all of the Smoke Monster ROM packs for the Mister, and just being able to sort by year, by genre, it opens up so many opportunities to play that you just don't get when you get an alphabetical list of games.
Yep. And the search, like I said, the search is king here. Because it's trying to figure out how to start the game. It's been a while. Oh, the search is the king. Too bad you can't hear that awesome C64 SID. Because, like I said, even if I don't, what was the name of it had something to do with Hill, right? It was it was Big Hill, Little Hill, whatever. Right? Oh, yeah, it's right. Hill's Far. No, Hill Street Blues. Whatever. I'm a huge fan of this, no matter what you know.
That's a good find right there.
The second one I'm going to show you real quick here is kind of the same thing, but a little less for Amiga. It's called WHD Load Download Tool version 1.2. So this one, you download this guy, right? It's pre-filled in with all this info, right? I click the load data button. It pulls in the latest. You couldn't see that it went by so fast, but it had the dates. Aaron, I shut down. Are you still seeing this?
I'm watching it. Yeah, you're good.
All right. So from here's all of the WHD packs in the, I think it's the EAB 1000. I forget what group puts this out. But from inside of here, you can filter down what you do and do not want. Let's say, for instance, I don't really care about all of the languages. I just want the English stuff. Let's say, for instance, I don't have AGA, so I don't need any of the AGA games. Let's say I don't want none of the CD-ROMs. CD. Okay, so now I got a list of, I don't know, 3,700 games, right? In here, I've got my path. There's and this is not just games. This is games, demos, beta games, as well as magazines, right? Right here, I've set my path of where I want the stuff to be saved. You do all that, and you click the download button, and it goes and gets all those games. I think this is.
So does that compile it all for you too into?
No, it just downloads. It just downloads the LHA, right? Because once you've got the LHA, it assumes you've got WHD load already installed on the Amiga, right?
Mm-hmm.
Once you've got that installed on the Amiga, you just export out the contents of the LHA.
You still have to unarchive them and move.
Yeah, you got to unarchive them. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's oops, I clicked the wrong button. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of this one. It allows me, it allows me to curate specific, and you see how now that I've run it once, you can see how it highlights the colors. It shows which ones I've got. Now they're green.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So you can keep it up to date. If they release new ones, all you got to do is get the current updates. This is fun. And maybe I don't want games. Maybe I just want a bunch of demos. I just want a bunch of demos to run on my CD32.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna get any of those though.
You know what I'm saying. I mean, you can do all kinds of filters here. Memory. Let's say how much memory you got. Let's say you just want. I don't use any of this stuff.
Now let me ask you a question. Is there a way to filter NTSC?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right there.
Right here.
Al and NTSC.
There you
I
go,
thought
Boat.
you would. I thought
you
would
even turn AJA off, Boat, for you.
Okay, so let's see. So I was just thinking about could you use this as a way to figure out games that would run on the 1000?
These are games that would run in WHD load. If your 1000 can run WHD load,
it can't. It doesn't
bingo.
have enough
Unless you have an accelerated 1000.
Right, but it's notoriously
the native 1000. You need to get a floppy version. Maybe by next ICC, I'll find that solution.
But
I'm aware you've been looking for that for a while, though.
But this is a way at least to see what games received an NTSC.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That's
the
point. That's the point.
Yeah,
I believe
you can use it as a resource, for reference and research.
I believe there were many more games that had an NTSC released, but there might not be a WHD load of that NTSC.
Oh yeah,
does that make any sense?
Yeah, there's tons of them.
So, for instance, you see they've only have Bard's Tale, right? They don't have Bard's Tale 2, 3, and 4 because they were PAL releases, but there are NTSC releases of Bard's Tale 2 and 3. Does that make any sense?
Yes.
Sure. It's a starting point. It's not a
Oh yeah, totally starting point. Totally starting point. I mean that's the end of my dog and pony show here, boys. Like I said, I didn't have a lot. I hope I entertained you for a couple of minutes.
That's good stuff, Dave.
It's great, Dave.
Dave,
Loved
we had a
it.
question from the chat room to you.
Yeah.
I'm kind of interested to hear this for myself. The one and only Super Tech Boy asks, Dave, what computer is currently #1 for your wish list?
My wish list?
That's right. One you don't have, or a version.
Man, probably that thing Pajako showed us today. Man, I like that. I like that. That was sweet. That was sweet. I'm kind of steady on the Atari. I've got an 8-bit and a 16. Right, I'm always looking for more Amigas. I might end up sending Frank my 4000. I think I need a rebuild. I got RAM issues from the corrosion. I think we've had discussions on it before. I need to send it out. My 4000 doesn't work. But I really like that thing Pajako was showing. That looked really nice. I don't have enough into my console collection, if you will. I've only got maybe like an Xbox 1, 2, 3, 4, right? I've got an N64, but I could definitely maybe go into more consoles. Yeah.
Don't go down that road, Dave. You're gonna need to buy another house.
It's an expensive.
Yeah. And more shelves to put them on.
Oh,
I like
yeah.
having them on display. I
love it, Dave. Excellent work. Those were some top quality utilities right there, my friend. I'm gonna give you credit.
Thanks
on
for
that.
having me.
Hey, no, are you kidding? Every time. Listen, before we wind this thing up, as is tradition, I want to go around to the people that didn't present anything and just kind of chat and see what they've got cooking right now. So let's hop over and see what Jason Warrens has got going on. Jason, anything happening in your neck of the woods?
Well, actually, David's Cocoa Hall actually was one of the things that happened to me. So over the summer, a couple of things happened, and the first one was, I posted a message after Boatfest about how much I enjoyed Retro Dream State's TI 99.4A.
Yeah.
And Buck Owens saw that and generously pulled one out of his collection and set me up with it. So he set me up with the TI, he set me up with joysticks, he set me up with the speech synth, and some games as well. So I can't thank him enough
an 8
for
foot table to put it all on.
Yeah, he did the same for me as well. We're like TI brothers, thanks to Buck. And I'm loving it. I appreciate it big time, Buck. I'm glad he got in on that too, Jason. It's because we can figure it out together, brother.
Yeah, like the TI was one that I grew up with as a kid, so it was really nice to be able to get that back and be able to kind of kick it around. So I got the Atari joystick adapter, I got the 32K RAM expansion, and I got the Final Grom SD card solution as well for it.
That thing's great. I love that thing.
Yeah.
I've got to get the 32K expansion, but I've got everything else. I'm ready to play the big dog games now.
Yep. And yeah, so thanks, Buck. That was awesome. I really appreciate that. And then if that wasn't enough, L. Curtis Boyle, all hail, hooked me up with a ton of CoCo stuff. So he hooked me up with a 512K CoCo 3, the color monitor, the RGB monitor, a full height single-sided drive, like floppy drive, 2 Black Beauty joysticks, single button color mouse, some original games on disc, a couple of games on tape as well, like just everything under the sun that I could probably ever need to get into the CoCo, right? So it was one of those things that I've always wanted to scratch that itch, and yeah, he really pulled through on finding this lot of CoCo stuff and thought about me, and it was awesome. So massive thanks out to L. Curtis Boyle for that. All hail.
That's great.
Yeah.
Welcome to the CoCo Club, by the way. That's awesome. And you just came right in at the penthouse floor with that CoCo 3. You're set up for life now. You don't need anything else for that thing.
Oh yeah, like it's perfect. So I picked up a recap kit already. Frank sent it off to me, CPU, and the CoCo SDC. So yeah, I'm set, ready to go.
Beautiful. You're out of time for the rest of the year. I know what you'll be doing. You've got plenty of things to play with, man.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but we're
Maybe
also
he'll come to CoCo Fest next year.
Yeah.
It's been talked about. The unfortunate part with all of this is that we're in the middle of building a new house, and so I am repainting the inside of our current house. So I don't have a ton of time right now to be able to dig into this stuff as much as I want. But yeah, it's whenever I get a minute, I try to.
Very good, man. Outstanding. That's some great news.
Make sure to paint it like Commodore Gray.
Yeah. Now
I think it's RAL 6502. No.
Oh God.
no, it's like 4511 or something like that. Is the color number.
Hey, before I move down a rung, Adam, I saw you get. Did you get that Commodore fired up in the background? I thought I saw it back there.
I got the monitor fired up. Unfortunately, I forgot to switch my my Ultimate 64 to NTSC.
Oh,
so it was running in PAL and wouldn't sync.
I understand. Still, at least you know what you were doing there.
Which is even with an NES, even with an NES, it looked incredible. Beautiful. And that's great because it sat in this guy's closet for 20 years. Yeah. I'm sure I'm gonna have to get inside of it and spray it off. But
oh yeah, those are good monitors though.
Yeah,
I want to talk to a guy down here, a good old friend of the show, a personal chum of mine. and it's our good friend PixelsAtdawn. Now, Pixels, what have you been up to recently down your neck of the woods, my friend?
As he brings something into frame.
I'm just gonna casually read a few articles here in this new edition of Amiga Addict magazine on sale now. Carry on, Pixels.
On sale right now. Yep. So as always, every day is an Amiga Addict day for me. So I've been working on that. We're working on that's issue 23 you got there. We're working on issue 24, which also has you in it. So double feature kind of thing.
I love it.
That's we're sending out to print it in a couple of weeks. That's the CD32 30th anniversary edition, which is why I know that because we've been writing about that. We've got a lot of good stuff in there. We've got the chap who's written the cover article for us has got a load of big names together, like Beth Richards, for example, who was one of the people who made the Akiko chip for CD32, and has got lots of interesting information in there. So that's been pretty cool. I'm going to all sorts of events soon. I'm going to the next edition of Swag in a couple of weeks, and I'm also pairing that up with a visit to our good friend Neil over at the Cave that's not been there before. So that's going to be cool.
Which day are you going?
It's the 24th of September. I think it's Patreon Day.
Oh, today I'm going as well. Awesome.
Oh, there you go.
Look at that.
So you will see me there. I'm staying over, so alcohol can be consumed and everything. So, well, I say I'm staying over. I haven't booked the accommodation yet. I'm going to do that tomorrow. But and then in October, I'm off to the Play Expo in Blackpool, which I've never been to before. So, that'll be a bit more of a working adventure with the table and stuff. I have also, even though I didn't put myself on the list, I have also picked up a few things recently, and I realised while everyone was showing all their books, it's like, oh, I have books.
Beautiful.
So,
get in there, man.
I backed on Kickstarter a little while ago a book by a chap called Tony Warriner, who worked at Revolution Software. They of amazing adventure games like Beneath the Steel Sky and Lure of the Temptress and things like that. And so I now have this huge, thick book about all the background stories of that company. It says limited edition, 100% unofficial on the front. I haven't really gone through this all that much yet, but it's got a lot of good stuff in it. I actually had a chat to the guy himself at Zap Amiga a few weeks ago. It's got nice pictures of people looking a lot younger than they probably do now, and all that kind of stuff. Also, I recently discovered. So I really like the chaps over at Bitmap Books, another sort of UK publisher. They recently did some reruns of some of their books that I missed in the past. So I got on the old wagon with those. So
yeah, Graham sent us a whole bunch of those. Those are fantastic.
They're really good. So first one I got was The Games That Weren't, under my fingers there, by Frank Gasking. He runs a couple of sites online about games that were never released, went missing in action. You know, the publisher disappeared, someone swallowed the disc, or the dog ate the homework, or whatever. And he's got loads of interesting stories about games that just didn't turn up and why not, and speaking to the original people. Some things they even managed to pull, like beta versions and stuff online and stuff that you can go and download. See if I can find a decent picture in here. There you go. Attack of the Mutant Zombie Flesh-Eating Chickens from Mars.
Sounds great.
So that's great. It's got it's really glossy stuff, as Bitmap Book stuff always is. Also, it's horrendously huge as well, so it'll take me forever to get through it. It's a good 600 odd pages in there. And then the other one, which is even heavier, that I picked up, is The people who like their RPGs is the CRPG book. Which is,
Graham sent us that. I'm in the midst of it myself.
It's really good. I had a PDF of it a while ago. And I thought, why don't I have this on my shelf? So it's a complete history of computer RPGs and it's got everything in it from like your Neverwinters and your NetHacks, Dungeon Siege, and Diablos, even things like that, Fallout, many other things as well. Again, really glossy and pretty to look at.
Time-wise, where does that start?
Well, let's
Does
me
it go
have a
back-
look at the start.
Does it go back to like Rogue?
I think it does, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Given I have it on my T-shirt.
Probably Wizardry, because Wizardry predates Rogue. So.
Does it really?
Yeah, it's got Bard's Tale and stuff in here as well, Might and Magic, all that kind of stuff. So it goes all the way back. It's even got people drawing their own maps and things like that. So covering all the right stuff. So yeah, I picked those up. They weren't cheap, I won't lie, but they are hundreds and hundreds of pages deep and hard.
Value for money is what it is.
It is. It just joins the library, the reference library. So yeah. So other than that, lots of Amiga Addict stuff. I've got many articles trying to get done, as always. And we're starting to think about Christmas as well. The issue after the CD32 one will be the Christmas issue. So it is weird because we have to start thinking of what we want to write about Christmas in about October time. So but that's the weird temporal shift you get working
It's like
on
being
magazine.
on department store time, where they start putting
It is.
Halloween stuff out in July. It's the same thing with
I was
magazines.
They already have Christmas stuff in the shops near me, so they've beaten us to the punch there. So
good stuff. Hey,
but there you go.
That's dandy. Those and the books look great. Of course, I've seen at least one of those books, and I know it's good. So that looks good, man. And keep up the good work. Listen, the articles you're choosing to publish, I think, you're at the top of your game. If you ask me, you and the fine folks over at Amiga Addict. If you don't have a subscription to these guys, are you nuts? Even if you don't never heard of Amiga, get in there. Are you nuts? It's good stuff. We love it over here. Thank you very much, man. Well, listen, I think it's time to take this to the house. Let's see if anything's got anything to add here at the end. Another slim, trim, 4-hour and 11-minute broadcast. Just the way we wrote it up, fellas. It went down just like we planned. I want to thank everybody. We had a real good crowd out in the chat tonight. Thank you, chat. Thanks, everybody, for filtering in here and the fine presentations, the fine conversation. I really enjoyed it. And if we ever do it again, I'm sure we will have another round of interesting things to talk about. And so there's always people picking up new stuff, selling new stuff, modding new stuff. That's a good thing about this hobby. Despite the fact that it's a retro hobby, there's always some kind of action going on all the time. It makes it a lot of fun. So we will take it out of here, everybody. Thanks again, and we will see you on the next one. Until then, adios.
Adios.
See ya.
International Computer Club.